Hello everyone, and welcome to another Carrot Scraps stream. I am your host, CarrotBoy3000, and tonight I have a very special stream for you, because it's a very special day. Very sad day, honestly. But, we're chilling. As I like to say, I like to celebrate, death the same way I would birth. And, unfortunately, sadly, today is the last day we'll be able to access Stadia. What is Stadia? First of all, before we get to that, I just wanted to say, again, thank you for stopping by. Good to see y'all. If there are any technical difficulties during stream, I apologize. My computer's just been acting very weird recently. I think I found the issue. It's something with a USB hub being overloaded, and I gotta find solutions to that. But yeah, so if my mic goes out, I apologize. I'm gonna try and stay on top of it. Hopefully it will not. And yeah, so Stadia, I'm pulling up a description of it. Stadia was, the Wikipedia says was, even though it's not offline yet. Stadia was a cloud gaming service developed and operated by Google. Known in development as Project Stream, the service debuted through a closed beta in October of 2018 and publicly launched in November of 2019. The service was to compete with Sony's PlayStation Plus cloud streaming, Nvidia's GeForce Now, Amazon's Luna, and Microsoft's Xbox cloud gaming. Stadia initially received a mixed reception from reviewers, with most criticism headed towards its content library and lack of promised features. Google initially intended to develop in-house games in addition to other third-party titles, but began scaling back on these plans in February of 2021. By shutting down its studios. The service continued to offer games by creating partnerships to use the technology as a white label product to deliver game content over the cloud. Google announced in September of 2022 that it would be shutting down Stadia in January of 2023. And that will be today. Today is the last day we can use Stadia. And that's what we're going to be doing today. How you doing, Hero Champion? Welcome to the stream. Now, obviously, I play a lot of Avengers, right, on the channel. We play a lot of Marvel stuff. Avengers specifically. And I purchased Avengers on Stadia a long time ago just because, I don't know, I wanted to have it on every console. That was my big thing. I wanted to have it on every console. And I just like the game. I'm a fan of the game. A lot of games that I really like, I end up picking up on every console if I can, not at full price, but I'll try to get most of them. My wonderful Bigfoot pictures is what is up with my desk here? And so I picked up Stadia a long time ago just so I could get Avengers on sale. I think I got it for like very, very cheap. I don't even remember how much. And then I've played it like here and there, but I really haven't played it. And so today it's not my first time playing it, but for all intents and purposes, this is my first time playing it, right? I really haven't played it that much before today. And so we are going to hop in and play Avengers on Stadia, see what it's like. I don't know what we're going to do in Avengers. We might play the story for a little bit. Maybe we'll start with the story and then transition into something else. We will see. But let's get ready to play. Also, if there are some technical difficulties in terms of the stream, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. No, please excuse me. I'm going to try and figure that out as well. Try and make it as best as I can. So that way it's not overshadowing. All right, let's really quickly. We're just going to do a test run. I want to see if the audio is going to sound good. So let's hop in here. That wasn't the worst in terms of volume. So we are starting Avengers Stadia. And I actually have my controller hooked up, which I don't typically do. But I specifically play Avengers. And what I mean by don't typically do, I don't typically hook up my controller to the computer. My Steam controller is mysteriously gone missing recently. I have it right next to me. I just don't have the plugin for it. All right, I feel like the volume can be a little louder. But let's see. Here, let's try. Oh, I can still access my stuff. That's cool. I typically like to turn off the music in Avengers. Not because I don't like the music, because I love the music in Avengers. But I like to have my own... Again, I talk about it all the time. This is kind of like an arcade game for me. So I like to listen to music and do other stuff while I'm playing. So again, this is like really one of the first times that I've played on Stadia. How interesting. And let's check out the shop really quickly. So in the past, I have had viewers of mine, followers of mine, viewers of mine mention that they play on Stadia exclusively. You know, obviously a lot of people joke about like, oh, who plays on Stadia? But I've actually had a lot of people tell me that they play on Stadia, ask me if I play on Stadia. And even when the news came out that Stadia was going to be going away, I had a lot of people, you know, at least a handful of people being like, what am I going to do? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't run the game, so I can't really say. And I don't know if this happened for sure, so don't quote me on this. But I think they refunded a lot of people for their purchases on Stadia. I'm not sure on that, but I think I remember that being said. So let's start the Reassemble campaign. I was playing it recently. But hey, this is a good way to start, right? Let's play the Reassemble campaign just a little bit. Let's play it on normal, I suppose. Why not? We don't need to linger on it for too long. Again, I kind of want to
see it all around us more and more
just see what's going on in the game.
The Avengers weren't like that. I believed it in my core. I keep thinking, this has to have happened for a reason. Maybe
is this a good
is what I've been
volume?
waiting for.
I think this is it.
Maybe I'm finally part of something bigger.
I love this game. I think this game is awesome. Yeah, Crystal. Happy A-Day.
I can see the bridge, Abu. Look.
It's about time. Oh.
Curious why my mouse doesn't disappear.
It's so beautiful.
Huh. Why call it the Golden Gate Bridge if it's not golden?
That is a great point. I agree.
I bet their stories are all amazing.
What's up, Ted Quest? Welcome to the chat. How you doing?
Competition is what makes us strong.
We are saying goodbye to the Stadia tonight.
They don't like my story.
By playing Avengers on Stadia.
It's got to be perfect, you know?
When you were born, your brother said you had googly eyes.
What?
But
That wasn't very nice
your
of
eyes
my
were the
brother.
most beautiful things I had ever seen.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. I have these
We are
lanyards.
all unique, Kamala. You should be
These
proud
ones
of
specifically.
who you
Doing good. I finished Spider-Man Miles Morales, and you got all the trophies. Nice. That's awesome.
are. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna win.
I have a
this
friend who just got a PS5,
Oh,
and
could you
she
imagine?
just
winner.
played and finished
The
Miles
best
for the first time.
fanfiction ever is Avengers versus the Evil Sewer Lizards by Kamala Khan.
Sewer
and the
lizards.
crowd goes wild.
thing.
Is that an accidental
Very
Stegron reference on the back of that comic?
Promise me something. Win or lose.
Oh, I'll always be good, Abu.
Oh, beta. Good isn't a thing you are.
It's a thing you do.
That's
What a
my
genius quote. Love it.
Folks, we're approaching the Avengers West Coast headquarters on the left, and we'll be touching down on the Chimera.
Did you miss the review? No, I'm not doing the review today because we're focusing on Avengers and we're saying goodbye to the Stadia tonight. How are you doing tonight, Hero Champion?
Let's go.
Right. all right. Hold your horses.
Here we go. I'm going to try and speed through this. I'm not going to take my time. I also have that pin. And I believe the patches on her backpack as well.
Whoa. This is amazing. Fanfiction contest, here I come.
You know, it looks pretty good, honestly. Let me turn down the volume a little bit. You're doing good? That's good to hear, champion. Is this volume good? Let me know if it's too loud or too low, everybody. It looks pretty good. You know, obviously we're, like, the whole point of the cloud gaming stuff is that you're streaming from, like, a computer someplace else, to my understanding, right?
You're just a statue.
So it's pretty impressive. It looks pretty good. How's my day going? I'm doing okay. Been a little stressed out recently, but, you know, always nice to be on stream and hanging out with y'all.
Kamala Khan. And this is my dad.
I love Kamal's like, Kamala Khan.
Great. Make sure to check out our comic scavenger hunt. Collect all 5 and get access to the VIP balcony. Once you've collected them all, just scan your phone at the elevator and you're golden. Have fun.
You know, Avengers catches a lot of flack for the, you know, Avengers catches a lot of flack, but the story rivals, the story in Spider-Man, in your opinion. Yeah, I don't know if I would, I definitely like this game more than Insomniac Spider-Man. I don't know if I would say, like, the story's better in Avengers. I mean, I might. I'm not saying I wouldn't say that. I guess I would just need to think about it a little bit more. I wouldn't be upset if I said, like, you know, this is my preferred story. I just don't think of it that way. I just prefer this game in general. But I definitely like the story a lot. I don't know. I think that might be safe to say. I'm not sure. You know, Avengers gets... Oh, no, I read that already. No, not better, but on the same level. Oh, okay. You're saying it's just the same level? I mean, yeah, sure. I like both a lot. I like both quite a bit. Did you see the doors close there for a second? Hello. This little section here is brief, but it's so cool. Like, look at all this art here. Now this is just turning into an Avengers gameplay stream, which I'm fine with, you know. I love this little section of the game. That's kind of the thing, again, like, you know, obviously I understand the criticisms of Avengers, but, like, even just in these little areas, you know, in the campaign, there's so many little things to look at and to be excited about. Is that Winter Soldier? Could be. Who knows? Maybe. Oh, I really like this. Because depending on if you do this first, that's like the first input that you do in the game, and then it's kind of the last input you do in the game. You know what I mean? When you beat, you know, MODOK, that's the last thing you do is those 2 QuickTime segments. Yo, what's up, Hero Mentor? Welcome to the stream. Chad has Carrot given me me his contractually obligated shout out. Yeah. Oh no, I'll do it now. Shout out to Hero Mentor. There's my contractually obligated. You're watching the Chucky TV series right now. Nice. It's a really fun campy show. I love the first Child's Play film. It's one of my favorite horror movies. Child's Play 1 and 2 are some of my favorite horror movies.
You see me beat the Hulk Smash game?
With those skinny little arms? Remind me not...
Goodbye, Abu.
Darn.
Thank you. How you doing today? I'm doing all right. We are playing the Marvel's Avengers. We're playing Marvel's Avengers on Stadia to say goodbye to Stadia because it's going offline today. At 12, right? Like once it hits 12, Stadia will be offline. Let's say hello to Thor, why don't we?
No, this one's all out.
I love seeing you share the early access for the skins for the game. You deserve it, buddy. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, the new skins are looking pretty cool. I wish I had access to them here, so that way we can use them during the campaign.
Oh, this is so cool.
There's my guy. I love this whole interaction. I think it's so great.
Is this? Apologies. You're very small and hard to see. There is no need to cower before a son of Odin, though I understand the impulse. What is your name?
Oh, Kamala Khan.
And what is that thing you are holding?
Oh, it's a high-density muon beam. A model
Yeah,
for
seeing the comic
Pacific
accurate
Alliance
skins
Tony
have been
Stark.
really cool for me. Especially all the Secret Wars references. I love Secret Wars 2015 a lot.
Odin's beard. About as intimidating as the man himself.
Oh, and before I forget, spoiler warning for the campaign. Jeez. Sorry about that. I'll try to keep spoilers to a minimum.
True weapon.
We're probably not going to do the full story today, though. Yo.
Whosoever holds this hammer, if he
I use this quote in one of my songs for the
possesses
channel.
the power of Thor.
When we go on hold, we use that quote.
The difference between
Or on
Stark's
Be Right Back, I
trinkets and
suppose.
The god's might.
Guess.
I wonder what that gauntlet is like, right? Like, is that...
Right?
How well made is that little gauntlet, you know?
Of course. You are very wise. For
I read
what
an
is so
article a
young.
month ago about Captain America being alive. Is that true? Yeah, I don't want to confirm or deny,
Khan,
but there's a chance that he might be
remember your
in
name.
this game. I can't say for sure though.
I can't believe I just met the God of Thunder.
Yo, I remember
Blown.
I like to watch. I mean, you guys know this. I like to watch people on YouTube who are like, the only thing I know how to call them is like anti-woke or whatever, because they're always complaining about like woke stuff, whatever they think woke is. And when Avengers went free for like a weekend a while ago, I think probably one of the first times, if not the first time it did, somebody played this and like, you know, there's plenty of criticisms to have about this game, but I guess they wanted to hate the game right off the jump and didn't really have anything. And I guess they're like a Kamala Khan hater. And when Kamala Khan would speak, before they'd even listen to them, they'd be like, "Oh, she's so annoying. Shut up. Ugh." And like they were like, "This is literally one of the worst games I've ever played." And they didn't even get like past this introduction. It's literally the start of the game, and they're like, "This is one of the worst games I've ever played, and Kamala is so annoying." And it's like, well, first of all, you haven't played like at all. Second of all, Kamala is a child, so even if she is annoying, you should have a higher threshold for that. You know what I mean? I read an article. Oh no, I read that already. I hate when I do that. Oh, I love this little interaction here.
Steve.
Look at them.
Fine. I have not.
Oh wait, how does Ooh, we can do photo mode. I know I'm like reacting as if like I shouldn't be able to do, like, obviously we should be able to do everything. It's just kind of interesting to me playing on Stadia and being able to do this. Yeah, I like these little interactions. This person's trying to get a selfie with Thor. Where do I, how do I take screenshots? I guess I just do like my PC screenshot feature, right? Time to get cyberbullied in real life.
No, this one's all out. Shield cap used in
Oh,
World
you're a
War II
fake
to
fan.
smash Hitler in the face. This is so cool.
You're in the way.
I'm sorry.
What a jerk. You're in the way.
Hey,
Bro.
what makes you think I'm not a real fan?
I literally have that yellow hat.
You really think that the Avengers read your little story?
They did, my guy. She said rawr.
And the mob, and the press,
You tell him, Kamala.
and the whole world tell you to move. You plant yourself like a tree beside the river of truth, and you say no.
And he's like, I don't know that reference.
What?
I never heard of it.
Who said that? A real fan would.
Yeah, whatever. Let's get out of here.
Let's leave. Wanted to ask who
Great.
I thought the next Black Panther film villain would be.
You know,
I don't know.
For what it's worth.
Off the top of my head.
I thought that was pretty brave.
Yo, if that's a legit copy and not a reprint, that comic is worth a lot of money, Steve.
I'm guessing you're a Captain Marvel fan. She's off.
Little
planet.
bit.
She would have liked to meet you.
You're Captain America. I'm Kamala. Kamala Khan.
Calm. sewer.
The sewer lizards, yeah.
Yeah.
The sewer
Yeah.
lizards.
Thor really got a kick out of that one. Said they actually had a sewer lizard problem on Asgard once.
You read my story.
That's what the gamma poison skins are. They're
So
technically
cool.
sewer
Hey,
lizard
Cap, we should
skins.
head to the stage. Tarleton is losing his mind.
Love
Seen Thor? He
Laura
should be-
Bailey
I
and
saw
Black
him.
Widow. So cool.
I saw him, yeah. He was
And
over
I forget
at
what his
the
name
park,
is, but the voice actor for
but
Captain
he's
America,
probably not there anymore, 'cause
couple
I saw him
voices
later.
in Resident Evil.
As a kid.
Nat, allow me to introduce one of our esteemed contestants. This is Kamala Khan, expert on all things evil sewer lizard.
Oh, all right. Hey, that thing you had me do with the storm drain cover? Pretty badass.
I mean, it's nothing compared to what happened between you and Madame Hydra. That was wild.
We should head to the stage.
Right. Nice meeting you, Kamala.
See you around, kid.
I wonder how that like reading session went. Like, did one of them read it and then told everyone else? Did someone read aloud, or did they all just like chill and like read together? You know? I love this image so much. This image is so dope. All right, let's lift. Get him.
So close.
Hey, almost worthy is still pretty good. Here's your comic.
Oh, thanks.
Again, just such a valuable comic, if not a reprint, which it obviously almost definitely is. But like, I just love the idea of like, oh, let me just grab an Avengers #1. Get ready for the best video game character of all time. That's the one you have.
Those scientists from the TVs.
Here she comes.
Not some toy for billionaires.
It still can be.
There she is.
On what matters.
Best video game character of all
It's going
time.
to change the world, George.
We love Monica.
I know you don't like the pageantry, but it will be worth it.
You need a miniseries or a mini cutscene of the Avengers reading the
We
comics.
won't let him.
It'll be like the shawarma scene post MCU Avengers 1.
With Stark's funding and your mind, you'll be a hero to all those people. Can't you see? We are so close.
There you are.
Bruce.
Hey,
You disappeared this morning.
I love Bruce in this game. I think he was really well handled.
What is it?
Nothing.
But Monica,
Some little thing.
the best.
Just getting some strange readings off the reactor. George.
And
maybe you're
I
right.
forget what his name
We were
is,
Too hasty to put this on public display.
but obviously a huge voice actor. I forget what his name is for the life of me.
Time.
Oh, yeah, yes, certainly.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Certainly, don't get a big head about this,
Hey, what are
Tarleton.
you doing back here?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I also have a pin of that logo.
I'm lost?
Sure. Let's get you back to the main event, okay?
Now it's
Already
time to
have this
trade
one.
with this guy.
Hold on. Maybe I could trade this
Let me
one with that other
trade. Let me trade.
Hey, I got the comic you wanted.
Awesome. Trade you.
Pleasure doing business with you. Almost done. VIP balcony, here I come.
I'm not missing one, am I? Oh, I am. Oh man, how could I forget? The Black Widow over the shoulder shooter section completely skipped an entire booth at Avengers World. How could I? I was like, I'm gonna go fast through this section. Now we've been playing it for mad long.
Looks like I need to play if I want one of those comic books.
Let's go. This always reminds me of Men in Black. 'Cause I'm pretty sure there's a scene there. There's like a little bit of delay playing on the controller. Or I guess just playing on Stadia in general. But it's not awful. Right now I'm feeling it pretty bad. So it makes me wonder if I'll feel it during gameplay. Like combat. Take this. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Stay down.
That music sounds really familiar.
Not bad, Kamala.
Like Mega Man or something.
And this comic is now mine.
Alright, we got it.
That's it. I got them all. Now to get up to that VIP balcony.
A lot of cool stuff here. You could really get lost in these locations. There's a lot of cool stuff to look at. A lot of fun little references. I really like this opening section. I think it's a really cool little, unique, fun way to start off the game for people.
Director Fury.
Director, aren't you concerned?
Nick Fury, who finally returned in game, but I wish we got more, you know, surrounding him, and I wish he had a different introduction, you know.
Wouldn't be moving forward if this wasn't completely safe. The Chimera
But I
poses
love
the safety and
his
protection
look
of
in
the
this game.
Avengers and Shield combined.
Thank you.
See ya. Like giving him the white, such a fun little idea.
Oh, hey kid, be careful.
Oh. Okay.
He was being nice, but he was also being mean. Hey, kid. Cut that out. Stop being an inhuman.
Beta, this is the elevator to your fancy balcony. It needs your phone.
Open sesame, comic book overlords.
All right, so we'll probably do the this section coming up. And then after that, we will go online. Captain America. Hi, everybody.
This is the best day of my life.
Yeah, I love this game. Somebody had mentioned in chat earlier, like, that they really liked the... What's it called? The campaign. They thought it was pretty good. And I completely agree. I love the campaign for this game. I'm told it's pretty awesome.
The man who discovered it all, Dr. George Tarr.
That's my mouse, sorry. I have this issue with my mouse. I think it might be my mouse pad. But, like, my mouse shakes sometimes.
The Chimera is powered by a new mineral, terrigen. 3 years ago, I found a strange rock, yes, in the San Francisco Bay.
Yes.
Upon further tests, it was clear this mineral would be...
Hello, San Francisco!
Oh, Tony.
Good food and no parking. I am working on the no parking thing. Nice bag.
What are you doing, Tony? What a rude dude.
Oh no, this doesn't look good. We should get out of here. Come.
Sounds pretty big for an accident.
There are no accidents.
So cool.
Tony, check it out.
Love them. They look so cool.
Prep the Quinjet net, just in case.
On it.
You waiting?
Yeah, obviously. Figured I'd let you catch up. Whoa. This just got a whole lot more interesting.
Let's make this quick.
Would love more flyers in the game.
See if you can clear a path on the bridge.
Love looking at the environments around. Here we go. All right, we're going to turn that down just a little bit.
Tony, Thor, what's your status?
Stuff to balance. Whoop.
I just caught a bus. Maybe I should have had a bigger breakfast this morning.
All right, it looks okay. Okay, let me know if it's too loud or too low. Yeah, there's like a slight delay. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it does throw me off just a little bit. So wild to think that Stadia is going to be gone. Again, I know a lot of people are going to joke about, like, obviously, like, it was going to go eventually. Like, I get it, but it's just like, you know, people put a lot of time into that. So it's just a little surprising, you know?
Understood. Stay behind me. I will deal with them.
Hey, did you see that the Marvel Avengers updated their website? I did. It was my understanding that that was just to move off of the Square Enix website. But it looks pretty good. Looks like a pretty snazzy new website.
They did not introduce themselves. Hang on, those guns are
I think I can skip this saving this person, but we're not going to.
I'm staying with the Chimera until we figure out what's going on.
Wow, I'm so early. This is what I was talking about the other day. I wanted a new game feature, and somebody had asked, I forget who it was, you know, you can already just restart operations. And I was like, no, 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 I don't want to start the story again. I want to be able to start my characters from, like, level 1. I would like to see the White Wolf in the next Black Panther film and see how Shuri would handle a secret adopted brother or whoever the MCU could deal with it. I don't know. I just want more Black Panther films, to be honest, for sure. Probably going to get, you know, more Avengers appearances first. But, I mean, there's definitely stories out there. You know what I mean? Whoever they add, you know, the MCU will figure out somebody. I still haven't seen Wakanda Forever, so I don't know exactly what happens in the film. And to be honest, I haven't heard many spoilers about it. Typically by now I've heard, like, all the spoilers for the movie. Ooh. Alright, let's do... This should be the end of the Thor segment, and then we'll move to Iron Man. Just a quick little Golden Gate Bridge segment. We're gonna lightning these fools. Ah. Oh, I thought I had my assault heroic. Yo, the fact that I'm unlocking stuff is so funny to me. Now we switch over. It'd be cool if more of Tony's costumes moved. You know what I mean? Also, I wish that Tony had more missions like this. Like, I wish there were character-specific missions in the game. And, like, these kind of corridor missions would be fun. Come on. There we go. I always remember playing this for the first time. And I always remember Lost Season 3. Because at the time I was rewatching Lost. And the day this came out, I was waiting for it to come in the mail. And so, whenever I'm playing this section, for some reason, it always reminds me of that episode of Lost. Or an episode of Lost from Season 3. Actually, a specific episode. Goodbye. Oh, there's a little segment here in the opening. Where, Tony is talking to Maria Hill, and he says, like, something. I think he says Hill, but I thought he said Carol. He goes, like, Carol! I thought he said Carol, and so I always thought that, Carol Danvers was in the beginning of the game, and yet she wasn't. And I remember telling somebody, I was like, no, listen, like, Carol's right there. And they're like, no, what he says is Hill. And I'm like, oh. Especially because he mentions, like, Goose after. You know, to me it was like confirmation that, like, that was her voice. But I was being foolish.
Cap, that ship's not ready for flight. Why is it moving?
Someone's initiated the security protocols. The Chimera's autopilot has taken over.
You'll need backup. We're heading back.
Negative. Secure the bridge. Those weapons can't get into the city.
Copy that. You're up, Bruce.
There we go. Such a cool introduction for everybody. Like, this Hulk introduction is so dope. Look at this. Are you kidding me? It's wild. It's so cool. Come on. What's up? I'm just gonna grab you. I love that Hulk introduction so much. It's so awesome. Probably my favorite of all the introductions here. There's this, like, calming before the storm. He's this little timid dude. And then he jumps out of a plane. Like a bomb. So awesome. I think that guy just fell. There you are. Oh, no you don't. Gotta see. We're also not gonna have any skins, really. Because we just started, you know what I mean? Which is gonna be weird. We could unlock skins. Oh. Is the stream all right? That's something I'm curious about, is if Stadia is gonna run good on my computer or with this game. Like, is it gonna slow down? You know what I mean? Which I think the answer to that now we can say is yes. Oh, come on. Good jump, Hulk. The other day I went to the dentist. We have a Hulk plushie that we keep in the car. Just because I think it's cute. And I brought that Hulk plushie into the dentist and squeezed the life out of it to cope. And I appreciated it. Come on. Get him. Absolutely destroyed. Oh, am I still not done yet? Dodging? And then this? Oh, spared. Get out of here. The Hulk knows. He knows not to murder. He just likes to destroy stuff. Property damage is Hulk. Murder, not as much. Avengers arguments are my favorite.
Is that supposed to be a joke?
Not the time. Get your heads in the game.
This is kind of old news, but have you heard that Mephisto might appear in Ironheart's show? I have not heard that, but I feel like I've heard that Mephisto is going to show up in every MCU show, you know? So I'm a little not trustworthy. I love seeing, like, Monster Hulk do heroic things, if that makes sense. This. When it comes to gameplay, I was so excited to play as Cap, and then when you get him at the end, one of my favorite moments, just because he's such a fun character to play as. You know? He's still, like, one of my favorite characters. He's my second favorite character. Oof. I haven't played on the PS4 controller in forever. Missed me. Ooh. Get out of here with that shield. You have a lame shield. I like exploring these locations that you've only been in for like a couple of seconds. You know what I mean? Do I feel like Marvel's Avengers has massively improved since launch? I suppose so. I don't know. I liked it since launch, so it's hard for me to say. But it's definitely, you know, improved in terms of it just being like a cooler game since, you know. We have 3 additional DLC campaigns. You know, Taking Aim, Future Imperfect, and then War for Wakanda. We have how many characters now? 12, I think. 11 or 12, depending on what you're playing on. A lot of post-game content. It definitely, you know, should be more. We should have more since it's a live service game. But how much we have now is definitely awesome. But even when it first came out, I still loved the game because I got the campaign, plus I could play online, plus I had 6 characters to play. Like I loved it at launch. Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't even asking me. You were just saying you feel like it. I'm sorry. That's my bad for misreading that. You feel like it's improved massively since launch. That's totally fair. And I love that shield. It's crazy because his shield is such a like big controversy. A lot of people hated his shield, and a lot of people were like almost, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I saw people who, to me, felt like they were offended. Like, they were like, you know, thank goodness this shield isn't in this game because this game is so bad. Or like, you know, we deserve Captain America's shield. And I just didn't understand that at all. But putting that aside, like, I love the shield. I think the shield looks really cool in this game. The main villain for Ironheart is possibly going to be the Hood. And he gets his powers from Mephisto or something in the show. I don't know how much of the Hood about the Hood from the comics, so it's going to be a big task for Ironheart. That's pretty cool. That'd be interesting, I suppose. See, but that's what I mean. Like with, you know, future MCU projects, they have an opportunity to just mix stuff around, you know? People were just hanging on the shield because they thought the star was too big. Oh, hating on the shield because they thought the star was too big. But even if it is, like, it's not that big of a deal. You know what I mean? It's fine to not like it. As usual, it's fine to not like it. But a lot of the backlash I saw was a little exaggerated. I like the big star. Again, I like that this game tried to do its own version of the Marvel Universe instead of just doing the MCU. So I like those decisions that really made it look different, like the star. I love this game. I love this game very much. Let's go. Yo, you just headbutt him? Natasha, chill. You gotta chill. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. The Last of Us TV show is amazing. I highly recommend it. Thanks. I appreciate the recommendation. I was actually just talking to my brother-in-law tonight, and he like gave it a huge recommendation. Like it's wild how much people love the show. It makes me happy. I'm not a big Last of Us fan. Maybe I will be someday. That would be pretty cool. But I've tried playing the game a couple of times, and I'm just haven't enjoyed it. But I'm glad people are liking the show so much. How did I not miss? How did I not dodge that? Jeez. Getting hit so much. I dodged the other direction. There we go. Take out his jetpack. Check out his jetpack. How am I getting fired? I've never been hit during this segment, and then suddenly... What the heck was that? Did you see that, like, almost not dodge? It's the perfect translation of video game to TV. That's cool. Last of Us show is amazing to me. It's the best game show adaptation so far, since we have only gotten one episode. That's pretty cool. I'm glad that it's working so well for people. Yo, he let out a big scream. Taskmaster gets beat. Ooh, chill. I love he throws that in. It's called photographic reflexes. I got a parry. I got a parry. Now this totally is my fault for sucking here. Come on. Oh, man. There we go, finally. Yo, what's up, Auntie? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Oh, okay. Well, we got to pause. Love how everyone is praising Last of Us, the first game to show transition. Did we forget about Arcane? Hey, listen, I didn't. First of all, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, Auntie. But first of all, I haven't seen Arcane or Cyberpunk Edge Runners, but I agree with you that it is not the first video game adaptation to like get big praise. You know what I mean? Or to be successful. I completely agree. I don't know where this is coming from. We've been getting like pretty decent like video game adaptations for a while now, you know? I'm pretty sure people liked the Cuphead show, right? Like did people like the Cuphead show? I'm pretty sure they liked it. Yikes, 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 yikes. How'd you get me? Yikes, yikes, yikes. I'm big yikes. No! Be better at the game, darn it. There we go, finally. Give me these. Give me your fruit gusher snack pack. There we go. There we go. Yes, decent, but The Last of Us is perfection. We haven't gotten one yet until now. In live action? I mean, I guess. I guess it depends on who you are. I don't know.
Where has your investigation left you?
That you're not the brains behind this. And this smells like distraction. I'm done talking.
Get him. Get him, Natasha. Oop.
Don't like surprises?
Let's go. Yo, Synchro Champ, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How are y'all doing today? Thank you, thank you, thank you for the raid. You haven't seen this fight in a while? Yeah. We are celebrating the end of the Stadia tonight by playing Marvel's Avengers on Stadia. Stadia gets shut off tonight at 12 o'clock. Let me look it up on my phone. Ah, too loud, sorry. Stadia. Also, welcome, Raiders. Hope you're having a good night. Yeah, this is from Stadia on Twitter. As of 11:59 p.m. Oh, PT today. Ooh, so I have even more time. We're signing off for the cloud. Y'all be good to each other and stay safe out there. So it's going offline today. So we have a lot of time with this, actually. Synchro, what is this emote you just posted? Is that an Avengers tombstone? It's so cool. That is a really cool emote.
5 years ago, the Avengers paraded dangerous, untested technology causing damage.
So is everything from Stadia transferring to YouTube? I don't know. This is my custom emote. Yeah, RIP emote. That's so cool. I love that. Is that because of Dead Game? That's a really cool emote. Subscribe to Synchro Champ, everybody. Oh, and make sure here's my plug for Synchro. Go check out Synchro Champ, one of my best friends, and making cool content. Plus, they have awesome emotes like that. That's a really creative one. Dead Game inspired, yeah. Is everything from Stadia transferring to YouTube? What do you mean? What does that mean? Are you playing on Stadia right now? Yes, I am. We're gonna switch over to online after this cutscene.
Many still lay dormant, unidentified. So I ask you again, Dr. Banner, do the Avengers pose a danger to society?
Do the Adventures?
Yes. Their activities outlawed, the once mighty heroes disbanded. But
Thor just leaving his hammer is so dope.
Hope. After the government liquidation of Stark Industries, Dr. George Tarleton, himself a victim of A-Day and founder of Advanced Idea Mechanics, thinks science is the solution to our
He would.
nation's problems.
He would.
I wish I knew what happened to Captain Rogers that day, but I was nowhere near the reactor room.
I didn't kill Steve Rogers.
I will use
I
this second
swear.
chance to make you safe. AIM will find a cure for the inhuman disease.
Comforting words to those families torn apart by the disease. But is he too confident? Many
All right, I'm quitting. I'm going to the main menu. Pretty sure it'll pick up from there if we come back. Ooh, I haven't seen the loading screen in forever. That's awesome. I'm also going to shut off the music. Sorry, everybody. No music. This is just how I personally like playing. So you can back off. All right. Wait, actually, you know what? Excuse me while I set this up. Does the judge have the same voice as Nick Fury? It's possible. They sound similar. What's your most anticipated game of the year, Carrick? Great question. It's hard to say. I'm very excited about Fire Emblem that's coming out in a couple days, like literally. I'm very excited about Spider-Man 2, of course. What other games are coming out that I should be excited about, but I'm forgetting? Yo, what's up, Epic Nightmare? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Let's look up what other... Here we go. We're chilling. We've got vibes. Getting ready to go online.
Commander Hill, what's the situation?
Well, first off, security around here could use some work. Holy crap.
Wait a second.
Didn't expect me, huh? Commander Hill filled me in. Sounds like I have you to thank for my escape. Your exploits with AIM's Cosmic Cube gave me the opening I needed. But from what I hear in other futures, I wasn't so lucky. Our timelines are fractured, consequences of which we do not fully understand. And I'm afraid
I forgot. We get spoilers if we go online.
This Kree invasion is still coming for us. We've seen what happens if we fail. But that's not this timeline. You've proven we can...
Bucky Barnes. All right, I'm just gonna pause 1 second so I can answer this question. Ooh, that feels nice and smooth, moving through the air like that. Sorry for the me talkie. Atomic Heart is a game that I've been looking forward to for a while. Weird little action horror game that I'm pretty excited for. Like I mentioned, Fire Emblem, pretty stoked about. Breath of the Wild, pretty stoked about. Spider-Man 2. Oh, Resident Evil 4. Very excited about the Resident Evil 4 remake. Kind of curious about Jedi Survivor. I didn't play the first Jedi game, so I can't really say. So I might play Jedi Fallen Order, and then if I do, I'll play Survivor. The Horizon DLC, I've never played Horizon, but I've been looking at that series recently, so... Thank you. Suicide Kills the Justice League. I knew I was forgetting about something. That I am excited about. So I would say, like, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Spider-Man 2, Fire Emblem, and Resident Evil 4. Those are the 4 games that I'm really looking forward to this year. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? Yeah, literally. Suicide Squad was looking right at me. Oh, and Breath of the Wild. Those are my 5 games. How about you? What are you looking forward to, Auntie? Auntie? All right, let's go online. And you know what? Maybe we should play as Iron Man. Haven't played in a while. Should I play as Iron Man? Who should I play as, chat? My bad. Again, as a reminder, excuse me for repeating myself to the people who are here, but we are... chill. We are playing Stadia before it shuts off tonight, and we are playing Marvel's Avengers on Stadia. Honestly, I ain't got money to buy any games. That's me right now. I literally can't even get Fire Emblem, and I'm worried I'm not going to be able to get anything else, so I'm right there with you. But you really want Suicide Squad and Assassin's Creed Mirage? I'm not familiar with it. Diablo 4, if you're into that. I'm not, but I am curious about it. I did see that it was available, so... Can I get from you? I can't. Can I get from you? What the heck? Alright, let's try to do a mission, see if that fixes things here. Thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight, everybody. Wait. Can I not start missions? Maybe I need to talk to somebody on the, Here we go. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to do, like, the test thing. You're looking forward to Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Hogwarts Legacy, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, and you got cut off towards the end. Yeah, I'm definitely curious about Jedi Survivor. But I've never played the first game, so... Hard to be too excited. Let me adjust my volume again. Sorry for all the volume adjustments, everybody. You, right? Yeah, I'm here to see you.
Hey, buddy, I hear you set up the harm room. Oh, right, yeah. You're a gentleman and a scholar, buddy. Thanks.
It'll always bug me that you can't start the harm room from here. Wait, I can. But that's just because we're starting it for the first time right now. In the future, you can't, which I think is lame. You've been starting Fallen Order just now since it's been free with PS Plus. Ooh, wait, I think I have PS Plus. I should check that out. Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Oh yes, very excited for Spider-Man 2. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, did you hear that the Xbox and the Activision deal might not go through? I did not. I didn't even know there was a deal between them going on. So yeah, I mean, in my in conclusion, you can't start the harm room from the harm room. Literally, Silver Centurion. See, I knew that. I wasn't sure if they changed it in an update and I just didn't know, but that's something that I'm like, why not? Like, it's such a simple little thing, but I would want that so badly, you know? Resident Evil 4, I'm very excited for Resi 4. The new Final Fantasy, Spider-Man 2, Hogwarts Legacy, Suicide Squad game. There's a lot of games coming out this year. Get out of my way. Ooh. Come on. Whoop. Come on. Again. Give it to me again. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yo, what's up on the pick side? On the cliff side? That's because you were writing pickup. You've never played an RE game before, but you might pick up RE4. Well, you know how I feel about Resident Evil. I love the first one. If I was going to recommend a Resident Evil game to, like, somebody who plays modern games... Oh, I'm supposed to vault. I'd probably recommend Resident Evil 2 Remake. I think RE2 Remake is probably your best bet for, like, a modern game. But the first remake is my favorite. I just think some people might have issues with the kind of older design. Resident Evil 4 Remake, though, I'm excited about. Counter. Got it. One more time. One more time. Let's get that intrinsic meter. Chill. Yeah, this year has a lot of games coming out, and I doubt I'll be able to get any of them for a little while. It'd be nice if, like, halfway through the year, I'm able to pick up the games that I want. Fire Emblem is a big one. I really love Fire Emblem, so I'm excited to get a new Fire Emblem game. You know what I mean? That's always exciting to me. Resident Evil, again, that's another big one. It's kind of like, you know, 2022 had a lot of stuff that I was interested in movies. I got a new Hellraiser movie. I got a new Halloween movie. I got a new Jurassic World movie. What more could I ask for? You know, those are my three. All I needed was a new Terminator movie, and it would have been a perfect year in movies for me. Plus, like, a ton of great horror movies. And so it feels like this year I'm getting a lot of stuff that, you know, I'm into. Like a Spider-Man game. I'm getting a Resident Evil game. Getting a Fire Emblem game. Like, it's a pretty good game. If there was a Donkey Kong game, then I would, then it would complete the cycle. Or a new Mario game. Have I seen Megan? No, not yet. I would like to. You wrote Megan Carrot, because obviously you're talking to me, but, like, in my head I read Megan Carrot. Is that, like, Megan Fox's, like, uncle? I don't know. Twitter is bringing encrypted video chat to their DMs. Interesting. I guess it's to protect people's privacy? I don't know exactly what's up with that. I don't know enough about encryption to say. But I hope it's a good thing. Yeah, no, I haven't seen Megan yet. Probably not going to be my style of horror movie. But it looks like it's going to be pretty good. It looks like it's going to be fun. I like fun horror movies. Actually, last night, you know, I'm a big Clive Barker fan. I'm a big Hellraiser fan. Last night, only last night, I watched, not Cabal. I watched Nightbreed for the first time. His movie, his 1990 film, which is incredible. You know, I love Hellraiser. I think it's one of my favorite horror movies, one of the best horror movies ever made. Nightbreed, I enjoyed a lot. Did I say Nightfall or Nightbreed? Nightbreed, I enjoyed a lot. I loved it. I thought it was fun. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was cool. I thought it was disgusting. But it definitely, I wouldn't call it, it's far from one of the best horror movies ever made. But is it like an incredible movie? I think so. I think it's a weird, odd movie. And I like when my movies are weird and odd. From what I've seen, Megan, it's not really a horror movie. It's more of a comedic thriller. I don't know. I'd say, from what I've heard, it's a horror movie with comedic elements, you know? Which is, you know, not the only horror movie like that. You've not watched the movie, but you've seen clips of it. Yeah, from what I've heard from people who saw it, it's, yeah, it's a horror movie with comedic elements. Which is fine, right? I think we're going to play as Iron Man today. I mean, we'll try to switch around. But I just haven't played as Iron Man for a while. Oh, I wanted to talk about that. So, Stadia... So, I've mentioned this before. Stadia is a platform that some of my followers, some of my viewers have mentioned that they play Marvel's Avengers on. And I've gotten questions about Stadia before from them and blah, 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 blah. One of those questions that I got was about, like, content being released. And, like, people would message me and be like, hey, the Stadia shop hasn't updated for Marvel's Avengers. Do you know why that is? And I'd be like, no, I'm not sure. And I'm pretty sure I either, like, added Avengers or I DM'd them or something and was like, hey, there's this issue. Like, can you please look into this? I love these tutorials, but they are placed in weird places. You know what I mean? They kind of.
Now that you're ready.
I want to watch them, honestly, but not right now while I'm trying to play. I wish there was a save for later, or maybe like a video section where we could watch them. Is there a video section in the codex? Maybe. No, I don't think so. But yeah. So anyway, people would message me about that, and if you look, oh no, this is updated. Yeah. So this is the last shop for Stadia. Get this skin off me. Not that it's a bad skin, but like, you know, get it off me. Spider-Man? No, we can't play Spider-Man because we're playing on Stadia. Apologies on the cliffside. Let's see. Oh, no, we can't use it right now. Oop. I can try. Trying to find the, Twitter is the #1 news app on Twitter. I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, see, we have a missing hero here. We have everybody else, though. Thor? Sure, I can do a Thor. Do you want Jane or do you want Odin's son? Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I appreciate you for watching. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider following. As a reminder to anybody who's unaware, tonight is the last night that Stadia will be available. This is my fish hat. I don't know why I put on this hat tonight. I just did. It's for fish. Everybody knows fish. I wish Barnaby was close by. I would have put the hat on him, you know? Stadia is going offline tonight. Very sad. And I have never really played Stadia, Avengers on Stadia, and so I wanted to do that. I thought it'd be a good way to, you know, say goodbye. Plus, like, I've always wanted to do, you know, a Stadia video and, like, talk about Stadia and talk about my experience with Stadia. I just never worked up. I was doing other stuff. So here we are, and maybe now I can finally do something. Odin's son, you got it. Thank you for streaming, my friend. No problem. You've never used Stadia before? I've used it briefly. Look, I mean, here's the thing. People joke about it, but it's very convenient. You know what I mean? Like, it is a very convenient service. If you know, let's say, like, we all play video games pretty regularly, but some people don't have a console. Some people don't have a video game console. Or a powerful PC. And so if you don't have that, being able to just... We're playing Stadia in my Google Chrome browser right now. Being able to do that, that's pretty dope. You know what I mean? And it works. Like, that's a pretty good value in my opinion. Wait, we don't have a Thor skin right now? No. Oh. Bro, we have to stay dressed like this. We gotta stay dressing. Can you imagine if I bought something right now? Let's buy some Stadia credits. All right, we're starting a mission with our good boy Thor. So far, I'm enjoying it. It's a pretty good experience. Not terrible. Totally fine.
I'm attempting to locate the shield agents and will update your HUD.
Oh, whoops.
AIM will most certainly try to hamper your progress.
Keep on forgetting I gotta click back on the game. So this is the only Thor skin we have right now. I'm not sure how to unlock the other one. I thought you just get it. We are looking for gear, so we want to do one of these. Maybe buying a skin will prevent Stadia's shutdown. Oh my gosh. One person bought a skin. Keep the game open. Keep it alive. Don't shut it off. Get over here. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm down to stay up and stream until 12. I thought it was 12 EST, but it's actually 12 PT, which means that it is hours away. You know what I mean? So we might end before Stadia does, but that's okay. The point is that we want to experience Stadia. We want to experience what Marvel's Avengers is like on Stadia. What's up, Nava Flow? Thank you for stopping by and joining the chat. How you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. We're playing Marvel's Avengers on Stadia before Stadia shuts off tonight. Did you know that a new DLC is coming out tomorrow for Midnight Suns? I don't know. Wait, I don't know if it's coming out tomorrow. I'm pretty sure we're just getting news on it tomorrow. No? Stadia, it's the end of an era, kinda. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the DLC is not coming out just yet. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Could be totally wrong. I have a stomach ache suddenly. Keep up forgetting I can't electrocute people. You're good, just chilling? Cool, good stuff. It's not tomorrow? There should be a stream where they talk about the DLC tomorrow, or the 19th of January. That's what I had read about Midnight Suns. Who else? But yeah, so far my Stadia review is that it's, you know, it's perfectly fine. Like, I don't know. I saw, again, I know a lot of people made fun of Stadia. I'm sure there, you know, there's stuff that I don't know that could inform my opinion a little bit differently. But to my virus, I mean, to my virus, because somebody wrote virus in chat. To my knowledge, that was so funny that I just said that. To my knowledge, you know, for what I know, like, this is fine. Like, it's a good alternative for people who don't have a video game console. It's easy. I plugged in my controller into my PC and it connected it pretty quickly. Yeah. And look, we're playing Avengers, and a lot of people thought, you know, I typically play Avengers on PS5, and people in chat thought I was playing on PlayStation 5 because, you know, the game doesn't look too different. So, doesn't seem terrible. There's a little bit of input lag, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but also it's not the end of the world. It was worse earlier during that Kamala section. And there's a little bit of stuttering every now and again, but other than that, it's fine. My whole family is going through a stomach virus. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's your virus, Carrot Scraps? No, I misspoke. This poster is so funny to me. There are all these little things in the world that you can look at and investigate. Let's put on our new gear. Soon, I'm probably going to grab some water, take a short break. The Hawkeye skin coming tomorrow reminds me of the Hawkeye from Avengers United They Stand cartoon. It's kind of interesting. I love that that skin. It's great. It's always cool seeing Avengers pull from, you know, comics in general. Seeing what they're choosing to, you know, do interpretations of. But I specifically have really loved their choice to take from 90s comics. And, of course, Secret Wars. Seeing Secret Wars 2015 referenced so often is pretty nifty, in my opinion. I think it's pretty cool. Electrocute it. We could also, I don't know. I don't want to make promises I can't keep. On how long I'll stay on stream. But who knows? We could just play the story, right? What are you guys doing in there? Get out of here. Wait, can I walk through here? No, just my hammer can. Because it's worthy. Do you think Avengers has a good future? I think it does. I am worried that we haven't gotten news for a while. You know what I mean? But it definitely could have a good future. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely possible. I don't know the future, but the game is capable of continuing, I think. You know, the fact that they still put out skins clearly means that people are buying them, right? The fact that people are buying them clearly means that people are playing with them, right? Like, I very much so doubt that people are just dying them and then, buying the weekly skins and then putting down the game. There are a lot of people who, you know, don't engage with the discourse on Twitter, you know? And there are also a lot of people who, you know, just pick up... There are a lot of people who pick up the game every month and just try it out. So I think it's definitely possible to make a recovery. You're saying that content creators are leaving the game? Some people have. I've definitely seen a number of content creators, you know, just stop covering it, and that's totally fine. Not everybody, though. That's... I don't know. Most people I see say, like, they're gonna stop covering the game, end up, like, posting about it, you know, shortly after. Pretty sure every one of the people I've seen say, like, they're gonna stop are still tweeting about Avengers, so... That's always interesting to me, at least. Like, again, it still captures people's attention even when they want to stop playing. Well, see you at the funeral in 6 months, Carrot. What did I do? At whose funeral? My funeral? Why are you predicting my death? I'm so excited for Suicide Squad. I am too. It looks gorgeous. It looks fun. It looks cool. I have this one worry, and it's not the same worry that everybody else seems to have. Man, I'm glad you were streaming right now. Thanks, I appreciate that. Any particular reason? I hope you're doing all right. I appreciate y'all for being here. It's good to have you in chat, everybody. You needed this stream? Cool, I'm glad. I'm having a good time streaming. I literally got home, and I was like, hold on a second, what time is it? And I was like, oh my gosh, I still have time before Stadia shuts off forever. Little did I know I had way more time than I thought. You know? Whoa, 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 chill. Glad I'm streaming tonight, too. Thank you so much, chat. I appreciate it. Y'all are being really cool. I appreciate all of you for being here. It's really interesting starting this game from the beginning and having, like, you know, new characters and, like, the tutorials showing up, starting the story, and then also having Kate Bishop in my you know, strike team. Just stuff with my dad really stressing me out. I'm really sorry to hear that. Hope you're doing okay. And, you know, I know stuff can be tough sometimes when it comes to family. Especially when it comes to your parents specifically. Not doing the best emotionally right now, but I think I just need to be able to chill right now, for sure. And hey, I mean, you know, always, you know, look for people you can talk to just kind of express yourself. Not even, like, looking for solutions, right? Like, I think that's one thing that some people do kind of make a mistake with, is sometimes you just need to vent, right? So if you're able to, you know, try to do that with somebody that you trust, a family member, a friend. But also, like, yeah, like you said, sometimes you just need to chill as well. Sometimes you just need to take a breather. Take a couple steps back, put your mind in a different state. Because it could be hard to get your mind into a different state, you know? Like, to just be like, okay, I need to step away from the stress. And doing that is really helpful, so that way when you go back to whatever's causing that stress, it's easier for you to deal with it and approach it, right? You know, I had a pretty... I've been having a very stressful time recently, and today I had a very stressful moment. And, you know, I took a step back. I was, you know, pretty upset. I took a step back, did what I needed to do, and then when I came back, I was able to solve that problem better. So sometimes that's what you need. But I hope you're doing okay, and I appreciate you for sharing. I've been really depressed lately and not doing too good, so I needed the stream. Thanks, I appreciate you saying that. And again, I'm sorry that you're going through that. And again, look, here's the thing is, you know, depression, totally normal. Not to say that, you know, you should be depressed, but that, like, it's something that does happen. And not to minimize what you're going through. That's not my intention. It's more so to tell you, like, you know, you're not the only one and that you're going through it. Obviously, you're not the only one. You know, there's other people in chat talking about it. And it can be tough. And I know that's, you know, difficult to deal with. But, you know, you got this. And you're not alone on that, you know. So, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that, chat. And I'm going through depression, you know, too. It's a big thing for me. And for me right now, it's a lifetime struggle with depression. Anxiety as well, for sure. I definitely struggle with anxiety, but I'd say depression is really my main thing. And I'm still on that journey because I just haven't gotten the help that I needed yet. You know, before, you know, a couple years ago, I was on that path, and then for whatever reason, life got in the way and I haven't been able to. That doesn't mean, just because I stopped getting that help, doesn't mean that it's over, you know, for that help for me. It just means that I had to take a break. So 2020 was supposed to be the year where I was like, I'm going back to therapy. Let's go. And then the pandemic hit. So I had to put a lot of that stuff on hold. But I'm hoping this year I've already been to a number of doctors. So I'm hoping this year I can start my mental health journey. Or not start, continue my mental health journey. You know what I mean? So let's open this box, why don't we? Now I have to stream until 5 in the morning. No, what time would that be? Stadia goes offline at 11:59 p.m. PT. And I'm EST. And EST is 3 hours ahead of PT, I think? So that would be doing my data, doing my thing. That'd be 3 o'clock, right? Maybe 3 or 2 o'clock, maybe. Yeah, probably 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock's not too bad, honestly. 2020 was the year I was supposed to go to college, and then COVID screwed up my plans. You know, there's a lot of stuff like that where, you know, look. COVID was tough. COVID was really tough, but and I knew that. And quarantine was tough, but I don't think I realized how much it like messed up me until last year, because you know, I lost my job because of COVID, and then more importantly, I lost a certification that is a little bit difficult for me to get back now. And basically, I spent a couple years, you know, not progressing my career, you know, doing a lot of stuff with content creation, and that has been really awesome for me and a dream come true. But, you know, making content still isn't able to be a full-time job for me, so I have to, you know, get a full-time job. And applying to jobs after losing my last job has been really difficult because, you know, I had this long break of work, you know, of experience. So that has been a really difficult thing, a really difficult wake-up call for me, is to be like, wow, like I missed out on you know, a couple years of opportunities to build my job and my career, and now I'm kind of feeling the repercussions of that. Not to mention, like, everybody's looking for jobs because they're coming out of quarantine as well, you know. So it's been super tough. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna stop complaining. No, I don't want to hand wave that away. You know, I like hearing what you guys have to say about what you're going through, and I also like to be transparent and share, you know, my anxieties and my depression when I can, you know. And, you know, I always say this, but part of the reason of why I like doing that is because I struggle with depression still. It is huge for me. I struggled a lot with it growing up, and I knew there was something wrong, or I knew I was struggling with depression. It was difficult for me to accept it, though, still. And I think if I had more people in my, you know, if I saw more people just being open with the fact that they were depressed, or they struggled with this stuff, that it would have helped me more. And so that's part of why I like to talk about it and be so open. All right, let's really quickly. Oh, whoops! Did not mean to do that. I kind of want to see what. Like, what do I do with photo mode? Like, is there a screenshot function? Or, again, I think we mentioned this earlier. There's a... I guess I would screen cap it, right? Dude, but I learned recently just how much COVID screwed up the world. It had an impact, and I had an impact on it. I'm not sure what you mean by the I had an impact thing on it, but yeah, no, it definitely messed up a lot of stuff, and it makes sense. You know, it's a deadly pandemic, sadly. You know, it was a difficult time, and I feel like a lot of people's coping mechanism was to just kind of move past it, right? Which is why it's so difficult. You know, it's easier to accept by being like, oh, it wasn't that bad, or oh, it's over now. And I think a lot of people are realizing now how difficult it was. You know what I mean? Which again, I think it's good to acknowledge that. You know, that like, you know what, this was a little bit hard for me. I'm seeing what the picture came out as. Looks pretty good. Came out all right, I say. Your state was the first one to open back up. Did my screen just go black for a second? Let's see. Ow, I might need to take ibuprofen. My tooth is hurting again. Here is what my nifty little photo looks like. It looks identical to what we just saw, but it, you know, looks pretty good. I could do photo mode on here. Photo mode is one of my favorite parts of games now, probably since Avengers. Although Fallout 76 definitely did start me on photo mode, but I was terrible at photo mode back then. Not that I'm great at it now, right? Like I'm no genius at photo mode now. But I was just taking photos during Fallout 76 days for fun. Also, they had the feature where if you took photos, they were added to your loading screen, which I love that feature in any game. So I took a lot of photos, Fallout 76. But Avengers really got me to take more photos. Alright, we're about to finish this mission. And then, I don't know. I guess it does kind of pay to play one character right now, right? Because we want to level up our character. I guess that's what we should do, is see who we can level up the fastest, right? We do have a booster. We have an XP booster that we can use, so that'll help us level up a little bit. Who else? Who else wants to challenge the God of Thunder and his Uggs? Hey, chill, 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 chill. You gonna tell me these aren't Uggs? You gonna tell me these aren't Uggs? Nah, they're Timberlands. They're Tims. Don't worry. They are not Uggs, I promise. Okay. I love this skin, by the way. I'm bummed that we don't get like a superhero costume skin, so don't get that mixed up. I wanted to be like I wanted to have the iconic skin, and I'm not sure how we unlock it, but I do love this skin. I think this skin is pretty neat. Good things also came from COVID happening for you personally, so it's tough. I mean, again, like, you know, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world to acknowledge, right? Like, I was able to make content in a way I never was before. You know, before COVID, I was working 7 days a week for years. And I always wanted to make content, and I remember thinking, like, you know, it's just, I'm so tired when I finish work. And back then I had a really long commute. And I remember I'd get home and I'd just be like, I wish I had more time to, you know, to devote to making content. And I remember COVID started and it was really sad. It was really depressing. It was really upsetting. And then I was just in the shower one day and I was like, wait a second, like, I need to take advantage of this. I don't have a job right now and I'm at home. I'm able to try this, so I should. And that was how I started doing content, you know? Jane for the suit? Oh, good point. Thank you for the redeem an Avenger on the cliffside. Who else we got? I have a Gatorade in the fridge. I'm not sure if I'm going to grab water or or my other Gatorade. I only have one left, so maybe I shouldn't finish it. Let's go, Jane Foster. But yeah, obviously, you know, it's not like, but that doesn't mean like COVID was good. You know what I mean? Obviously, that is not the case. That is a oversimplification of that. And again, a lot of terrible things happened to me, the people that I love, the people that I just knew, you know, friends of friends. It affected everybody. But I also did have this opportunity that was great. But again, it doesn't have to, you know, if I didn't get this opportunity during COVID, I like to think that I would have been able to get to a point in my life where I would have been able to do it someplace else. You know what I mean? All right, let's do And We're Back. And we're back. So weird starting Avengers from the beginning. It's nice, though, having the controller. And not for nothing, I like the Steam controller, but I definitely like using the PS4 controller more. So that is improving the experience. I wanted to buy a Stadia controller. I wish that I had bought a Stadia controller like I wanted to, so that way tonight we could have used it. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that would have been the full experience. Maybe I should just buy the Stadia controller anyway. Let me check on Amazon. Amazon.com Stadia. $90. That's why I didn't get the freaking controller. What the heckaroo? That is used though. Wait, bulk. What is a Google Ultra? And it also says bulk packaged. I don't know what bulk packaged means. I want this controller. Like I really want it, and I want to try it out. Let's check what eBay says. Ooh, I should read reviews. We should read reviews. Welcome to the Stadia stream, everybody. I put my eBay app. I haven't ordered from eBay in a long time. Receive coupons and deal alerts. Maybe later. Stadia. They go for about 70 on eBay from what I'm seeing. I found one for 50. Would love to get this one. Let me change the freaking music. For the first time in 30 years, Power Rangers is getting a female Red Ranger. That's pretty cool. All right, let's take a look at Jane really quickly. Again, I mean, this looks great. You know what I mean? Like, this is a good-looking... Oh my goodness, wait. Breaking news, Comixology reports reportedly lays off upwards of 75% of its staff. Can you link to an article on that one? That is really upsetting if that's the case. That's awful. You know, Stadia, I mean, Comixology is a, let me finish what I was saying about Jane. The game looks good, right? Like, I mean, this is a really good... We're playing on some computer somewhere, I think, from what I understand about Stadia. And it's just being streamed here, and then I'm streaming to you guys. But, I mean, it looks pretty good, you know? Comixology was such a great service. You know, a digital marketplace for comics that offered a really great way to read. And for me, personally, I love owning physical comics, but reading... digital comics is really helpful for me with my eyesight and because of my dyslexia. It's just easier for me to see and zoom in on words and all that stuff than it is with paper comics. And, oh, you know what? We should do our consumable really quick. Where did we get these other consumable? Oh, I guess this is from another time. Well, it's time for us to use them. This is the time, you know what I mean? Do they stack? But Comixology, like, was really great. I loved it. And then when the merger happened, I think it was owned by Amazon for a while. It might have always been owned by Amazon. I'm not sure. But when Amazon, like, fully was like, okay, we're going to merge this now with our marketplace, it really messed up what was a good service, in my opinion. And Comixology has been slow and difficult to use ever since. It has been hard to find and buy comics ever since. And doing that has only made me buy less comics on Comixology and want to buy less on Comixology. Like, now, like, the reputation has been damaged. You know what I mean? Prior, I really, really loved it. And now if I can avoid reading on Comixology, I can. It's slow. It's difficult to navigate. And I hate it. So to get more news like that is really upsetting. You know what I mean? They changed the program to be the same as their book app. That's very interesting. The way it works, you know, again, before it had a guided view, and before it had better, like, zooming options, now, whenever I turn my tablet, you know, side to side, or whenever I zoom into something, it loads forever, and it threatens to crash, you know? And then when I do it in the browser, a lot of the times it's barely, like, able to zoom in far enough for me to read the panels. It's a really bad experience, in my opinion. And it's been very upsetting. Keep on forgetting I don't have the full skill tree unlocked. We could also play War for Wakanda. Level up our Black Panther. Oh, wow. I don't even have a lot of major artifacts in the game. So since novels don't need as much comics do, the app can barely work. That's an interesting explanation. Totally makes sense, though. Oh, you see that slowdown? That was pretty crazy. I wonder if we can matchmake with anybody. That would be kind of cool. Let's see if we can matchmake with anybody tonight. If anyone's playing Avengers on Stadia, I feel like it has to be tonight, right? If there's any time to play, it's now. Who else? But yeah, it really sucks because I loved Comixology. I thought it was such a great resource, just out of convenience, but also, you know, because of my difficulties reading. Also, during the app merge, they did it so bad that a bunch of people lost all the books that they bought. I had heard about that. That did not happen to me, but that's terrible. You know what I mean? And again, look, here's the thing. Like, buying digital items, it's kind of a difficult conversation. And I have to admit, I don't know, you know, what my final verdict is on it. You know, there's one aspect of, like, you know, buying digital items, how temporary are they? You know what I mean? If I buy a game on the Nintendo Wii and then it stops working years later, you know, did I get my money's worth? Is that in contradiction with the, you know, with my purchase back in 2007? And if it's not, then what's the verdict on that? Is a digital item, does it have to last like 15 years? Does it have to last forever? Do you have to be able to access it forever? Do you need a backup of it? You know, that kind of stuff. I don't know what the moral or legal, like, ramifications are around that. You know what I mean? It's something I'm still coming to terms with and kind of thinking about. You know, in one end, it's kind of like, you know, buying skins in a game like Fortnite or Avengers where you don't have access to them online, and if the game goes offline tomorrow, they stop updating it, you know, either game, Fortnite or Avengers, you don't have access to those skins that you bought. Is that like buying a ticket to a theme park? You know, you don't get to keep a theme park experience. You get that one experience for the day. Is it like buying food? You know, you don't get to keep the food. You just get to eat it once. Is that what it is? And is that worth it? Is that okay? I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's definitely worth talking about. And so when it comes to comics, like, I'm buying digital comics, you know, I'll admit that, you know, for video games, I guess I'm more comfortable with buying something temporary that I can only use for a temporary amount of time. Why that is, I have no idea. Maybe my opinion will change on that. I don't know. But comics, like, I definitely had this feeling. Maybe it's because with comics, a lot of the times I would buy digital comics with the intention of reading them later. And if Comixology just shuts off tomorrow, and I can't read books that I never played, you know, what the heck? I mean, that happened to me with Steam. You know what I mean? On Steam, I've bought plenty of games that just I can't use anymore, right? And I feel like that really sucks. So I don't know. It's definitely an interesting conversation. But the point is, the whole thing with Comixology changing up was that it made me reconsider buying comics on Comixology, which sucks because up until that point, I valued my digital library. I loved it. I thought it was cool. Now I feel like the Humble bundle is a better place, or Humble or whatever they do, better place to get like digital comics. They'll give you PDFs that you can keep on your computer, which is a way better way to collect, you know, your digital comics. But what's with all those layoffs recently? I think there's another impact of COVID. Yeah, definitely it's related to an extent. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. Again, it's you know, not to get too much into my personal life, but like I've had, since I got laid off, it's been really difficult for me to find another job. You know what I mean? And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that so many people are also looking, you know? It sucks. Thank you for sending me that link, Champion. I appreciate that. Get him, Cap. Wait, was that gear you just dropped? Aw, man, I'm thirsty. I will be honest. I'm a little thirsty. Holy WB copywriting and locking people's accounts that showed the screenshot of the leak for the Suicide Squad game on Twitter. What the heck? I hate that. The biggest thing is, like, I'm not going to defend, like, you know, I'm not saying that, like, it's okay to leak the game, but how do you know people sharing that image know that it's leaked? You know what I mean? People could just be like, oh, like when they do press releases for like Avengers, for example, right? In the past, they've done it with like, I don't know, Entertainment Weekly or you know, IGN. People will start sharing the images on Twitter, not knowing where that image came from. Who knows? It could have come from a leaker. It could have come from a legitimate source. So like WB, if that's what they're doing, like to people who shared that image, that sucks. Like that's awful. For that reason and many others. Oh no, I shared the screenshot. That's why I made a tweet the other day about the screenshot and I didn't use a photo, if you noticed. I tweeted about the screenshot and I did not use a photo of the screenshot. Because I realized, or I had the feeling, you know, I'm always sus about stuff like that. Sadot, awesome content creator. Somebody had mentioned them earlier in chat. Tweeted today about basically, you know, IGN talking about the screenshot and reporting on it on YouTube. And how, I don't know if this happened for sure, but what I saw, it seemed as if Sadot's video about the screenshot from the Suicide Squad game that got leaked was taken down, right? But, you know, he was alluding to the fact that IGN isn't going to have theirs taken down. And that's so true. You know, when the horror game thing happened, I forget what it was. Somebody had told me like, oh, you know, they're going to enforce the rules equally. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I just don't believe that big companies are going to have their videos, you know, striked the same way and their channels striked the same way as smaller creators. And there's the evidence, you know what I mean? Or supposedly, if that's what's happening, you know what I mean? Is if smaller content creators who show the Suicide Squad screenshot are getting strikes or getting their video taken down, if they're getting reprimanded for showing that screenshot, while huge creators like IGN aren't, you know, what's the fairness there, right? Like, what's the reason? Why silence a small creator? Very odd. Oh, I wanted to talk. I had a question. I had a question about Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. But we're going to save it for when I come back. We're going to finish this mission, and then I'm going to take a quick break, drink some juice, some Gatorade juice. I was saying juice, and then I was like, I don't have juice. Whoa, chill. I have no such juice. It would have been cool if they gave Jane a different hammer. Obviously, she got a different hammer, but because IGN can give them good publicity and is more likely to if WB is nice to them. That sucks. I mean, I don't know. To IGN's credit, look, I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of their reviews, but to IGN's credit, you know, like, for example, they covered Gotham Knights pretty heavily. You know, Gotham Knights gave them a lot of early access stuff, right? But when the game came out, they were pretty scathing with their criticisms. They actually gave Gotham Knights a lower score than Avengers, which a lot of people were like, oh, that's not fair. And it's like, hey, whatever. Like, it's their opinion. You know what I mean? But they gave Gotham Knights a lower score than Avengers, even though they got all that early access stuff. So I will say that at least from what I can tell, IGN, they may not have the best opinions, but at least they seem to be honest opinions, you know? But that being said, I can't say that for sure. You know, I can't know that for sure. Yeah, but they want to be nice to all critics, places just... Oh, wait, you're talking about WB, not IGN. Sorry, that's my bad. I could see that. You're not saying anything against IGN. I get what you're saying. Sorry, I misunderstood the comment. In my opinion, IGN did not help Spider-Man and Marvel's Avengers with that playthrough, though. Oh, no, 100%. I'd put out a joke video because I just thought it was so funny. You know, people were like, oh, Spider-Man looks terrible. His combat is terrible. And I was like, yeah, because clearly the person playing, like, I'm sorry, isn't playing the best. It's clear that they're, you know, playing for the first time or something like that. Or just aren't prepared to be screen recorded. And this happens to me all the time. Even games that I love, like I'm making a video right now, and I am playing various games for it. It's a video about a Nintendo console. And when I'm recording my gameplay, there are some videos where I'm just like, oh man, my gameplay sucks, and I have to wager, like, you know, is somebody really going to pick apart my my gameplay? And so should I re-record it, or should I just say whatever, like it gets the point across? And it's tough. You know, sometimes people are going to be like, oh, you know, your gameplay sucks. And do I care about that? I guess no, not necessarily. But if I'm trying to talk about why I think a game is great, I kind of want to represent the gameplay well, right? And it's not that I don't like the gameplay or that I can't play. It's that it's been years since I've played some of these games. And so starting to play them again, some of my first gameplay is not the best gameplay to use. It's better to use my gameplay from later on in the playthrough. But a lot of people were using that footage as, like, you know, and this was like a year ago at this point, to make fun of Spider-Man and Avengers. And I made a video of Insomniac Spider-Man and playing with that version of the character really poorly, and, you know, using music to make fun of it to make the case. And some people even called me out and were like, yeah, Spider-Man's going to be bad in Marvel Spider-Man if you don't play him well. And I'm like, yes, that's the joke. You got the joke. Thank you. So yeah, I agree with you. I agree, though, by no means their biggest fan, but they try to be straight. People forget that they really are just a group of people that give their opinions. They're not, like, technically an official critic site. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't understand this, like, there's this, like, hate of critics, and, like, sure, I get it. Like there's one commonality, I guess. There's one philosophy of critics that I don't like, which is a lot of video game critics will speed through games, right? And so as a result, in my opinion, it feels like their gameplay is going to suffer. Like, their enjoyment of the game is going to suffer. But, you know, what is the reason for that? Like, are they rushing through it because they personally are, you know, they suck? Or is it, and they want to get the review out fast to be the first one out? Or is it because their job or their boss is prioritizing their pay based on how quickly they get the article out? Which then I can't fault them. You know, it's their job more so than it is, you know, their, you know, responsibility to be ethical. Like, they should be paid well enough to take the time to write a good article instead of having, you know, their company be like, you know, I don't care if you finish the game, I want the review out tomorrow, that kind of thing. So, you know, complicated, complex issue. But the point being, I don't like that many reviewers seem to rush through games. For example, I saw a lot of reviewers dislike Avengers because the combat was shallow, but it was kind of revealed through reading certain reviews that the reason they thought it was shallow was because they hadn't gone through the skill tree. They had just played, you know, the story. So that's one example. But that being said, you know, the critics are not this monolith. They're just people giving opinions. You know, if a critic gives a 5 to Gotham Knights, like, whatever, that's interesting to me, but it doesn't decide how I feel about it. I still really liked Gotham Knights. Yo, what's up, Matt? Good to see you. How you been? Welcome to the stream. Oh my gosh, someone created an Andrew Tate in Fortnite smoking a cigarette. That's exactly what we needed. Thank goodness somebody did that. You're doing good? Good to hear, Matt. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom, maybe snack on some peanut butter, and then I'm going to return. As a reminder to anybody just joining us, we are playing Marvel's Avengers on Stadia right now. Stadia is going offline tonight at 11:59 p.m. Right? PST. And I don't know if we're going to stream the whole time until that time, because for me, that's like 2 o'clock in the morning. But we're going to be on for a little bit longer. In fact, yeah, wait, it's almost... It would have been, if this was going offline for EST, it would have been a half hour that I would have had left with the game. But that's what we're doing right now. So it's a new experience for me. I have the game on Stadia. We're playing on Stadia right now. I've played it briefly on Stadia before, but this is really my first time playing. So playing the game on Stadia. So we're kind of seeing how I feel about it. We're seeing how we feel about it. And it's our way of honoring, you know, the end of the Stadia. So that's what we're doing today. Oh, you just been playing Crisis Core this week. Nice. How do you feel about Crisis Core? Again, I just saw my brother-in-law tonight, and they just beat it and they really liked it. Final Fantasy Crisis Core is one of the few Final Fantasy games I've ever played, and I loved it. My biggest issue with a lot of critics is they try to present themselves as impartial, but rarely are. That is fair. I think a lot of critics, yeah, I think that's fair. I think some you know, critics will put like false kind of, they'll ascribe false titles to themselves like that. Like, I am impartial. The ending was upsetting, yeah, of Crisis Core. All right, everybody, I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break, use the bathroom, and when I return, we're going to play some more Marvel's Avengers on Stadia. And I want to talk about, what's it called? Suicide Squad. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for being patient there. Interestingly, Stadia has an I will turn off thing that I wasn't expecting. But makes sense, you know. I appreciate it. We will continue playing. Should we keep playing online? Oh, we should try matchmaking. I'm gonna suck because I have a low-level character, but we should. A rare green comet will pass for the first time in 50,000 years on February 1st. Wow. Thanks, Matt. Let's see what we can do online. I want to see if there's anybody playing. Again, I'm going to suck because I'm like awful. I'm not a good level. But let's see what we can do. Enabling matchmaking allows, yeah, enable that matchmaking. Go for it. All right, so I had a question for y'all. Ow! Oh my gosh. Man, that hurts. I think I just cut my finger. Like, actually. I have a Gatorade here. And it has like this, it has like a little plastic ouchie. It's got like a literal spike. It's like a barbed wire spike that it just has out. And to be fair, I knew about it. It hurt me upstairs, but that one was really bad. It's on the lid. How am I supposed to avoid it? You know what I mean? How am I supposed to avoid this? You know what's a wild complaint for movies? Careful. Thank you, Matt. When people get mad about plot devices existing, every movie has one. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think most people, when they're upset about plot devices existing, it's more so the way that they're implemented, you know? Somebody heard somebody say plot device, and so I think that's where it, like the misuse of criticizing something for being a plot device came from. Criticizing something for just being a plot device is not that it is a plot device, it's that that character is no more than a plot device. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Uncle Ben is a plot device for Peter Parker to arc. Uncle Ben really isn't that deep of a character other than that in the movies, at least, right? Typically he's just a plot device, which isn't a bad thing, right? Like, typically that's fine. But in some circumstances, that could be a bad thing, right? And I think people who kind of take that and use it in other places don't realize that it's meant to be contextualized with, you know, the fact that it's not that plot devices are bad, it's that only being a plot device is bad. The same thing is true of exposition. People will just say, oh, there's exposition, and like say it as if it's a bad thing. And I assume they heard that from somebody else or a reviewer. Exposition is not a bad thing. It is a neutral thing. There is exposition in all stories. When people criticize exposition, typically it's bad exposition, sloppy exposition. When the point of a scene or dialogue is just exposition, just to get information to somebody else, that's the problem. If you don't know what exposition is when a line of dialogue or basically a story is communicating something to the viewer or the reader instead of the characters in the story. Bad exposition is when Peter Parker says, you know, I've been bit by a spider and now I have spider powers. Better exposition is him figuring it out by you watching him, right? Like, you're learning that information through his actions, or maybe like him going to a friend and being like, I have to tell you something, you know, Genki, or Ned, or, you know, Harry Osborn, you know, anybody, pick any of, you know, friends of the Spider-Man family, you know, being Miles going to Genki and being like, hey, I think I have spider powers. And Genki be like, what? And he's like, yeah, I think I stick to walls and I do this. That's good. That's better exposition at the very least, right? Because it's not just being said randomly. It's being said in the context of a conversation. Frozen Gatorade, it's the best, you guys. I'm telling you, frozen Gatorade is the best. Do you think I'm the only one playing Avengers tonight on Stadia? It's just funny when someone says the movie has a plot device. Yeah, 100%. Again, they're misunderstanding the criticism. If they're just saying movie bad because it has plot device, it's not really, you know, there are multiple plot devices, you know? It's how you implement them that's the problem. You got any big games you're looking forward to? We talked about this earlier. I think my top 5 are Resident Evil 4 Remake, Fire Emblem, Engage, I think it's called, Spider-Man 2, Suicide Squad, and there's one... Oh, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. What are you looking forward to, Matt? You're the only one playing Avengers anywhere. Dead game. Since Past is the greatest Spider-Man story ever written in history. Why you dropping lies in chat? I want to play as Iron Man. Let's play as some Iron Man. Man, that really hurt my finger earlier. And we are just gonna cancel our matchmaking. It's just so funny because I know people do play Avengers. Whoa, chill. What are you doing? I know people do play Avengers on Stadia. Again, I have followers and people who have replied to my posts. People who don't follow me who have mentioned that they play on Stadia, you know? So I know people play on Stadia, Avengers on Stadia. I just don't know if they're playing tonight. And with the fact that, like, Stadia is going away tonight, I wonder if I'm the only one playing it. Avengers is a dead game. Carrot needs to admit it. I'm going to take out my earrings because, like, ouch. Ow. I'm wearing Superman earrings. I guess I'll just leave the other one in for some reason. It was just this one that was hurting. I technically have 4 earrings, but I just take out the lobes because the headphones hurt them. Also, not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, you're getting Forspoken, sorry, on Tuesday. You're not excited for Breath of the Wild, you're saying? Not sure if you'll get it day 1. Since Past is the greatest story ever written in history. Admit the truth, Carrot. No. First dresses, now he's wearing earrings. Earrings I've been wearing for a minute. Earrings I definitely wear. I have 4 earrings right now, and I've wanted to get a new set. You know, 2 more on both sides. I want, like, an insane amount up my ear. You know what I mean? I just haven't been able to. Again, I don't want to blame everything on COVID, but it's true. Because of the quarantine, I just stopped going outside as much, and then I moved, and now I, you know, don't really think about going outside very often unless I have to, you know? So I wanted to get more earrings. I just haven't. SpongeBob Cosmic Shake is coming out the last day of the month. Do you think that's going to be good? You're excited about Tears of the Kingdom. Just not sure if you'll get it day 1. Fair enough. I really want to get Engage, Fire Emblem, but I'm not going to get it day 1 because I just can't afford it, you know? Thinking about getting your ears pierced. Go for it. It's fun. I have you know, one of the things back in the day. It's been years now. Like one of the things that caused me to get my ears pierced back in the day was that I could just get a bunch of superhero earrings. You know what I mean? And I like that was what motivated me for a while. And to be fair, I had a lot of bad earrings that like didn't have good metal that I think I was allergic to, but there were a lot of cool earrings that came out really well. So, you know, I have like I have my Superman earrings right there. I have Spider-Man. I have tons of Spider-Man earrings. Green Lantern, Captain America, X-Men. A lot of these are broken now, or they just hurt my ears because again the metal is poor quality. The Superman earrings I was just wearing are better for my ears. They don't hurt as much. What else? I think I probably have Batman earrings someplace. I have a bunch of Superman earrings. And then, of course, I have, like, Halloween earrings. There's a lot of cool stuff that you could get. Oh, I have food. Like, I have, like, hot dogs and... I don't know. Earrings are fun. That's just it. Like, you know, I put on a Spider-Man shirt and then I can have Spider-Man on my ears. Just accessorizing. It's dope. Did I manage to get Midnight Suns? Yes, I did. My wife was very nice to get it for me for Christmas. I opened it on the first day of Hanukkah, which we celebrate together, but it was intended as a Christmas present, and I was very happy about that, and I love it. If you check it out on the main Carrot Scraps YouTube channel, I posted my video game awards where I talk about like my game of the year and stuff like that, and Midnight Suns won my game of the year this year, and it was close because there's a lot of games that I really liked this year, but definitely Midnight Suns I love. I thought Midnight Suns was incredible. I'm very curious how... It'd be cool if you could change Hulkbuster skins, 100%. I mean, that's been something that people have been asking for since launch. It would definitely be cool to change Hulkbuster skins. I think if the game didn't have paid microtransactions, I feel fairly confident that we would get Hulkbuster skins. But that being said, I don't think we'd have as many skins as we have now. I feel like we'd have like a limited number of skins, but we would have that trade-off of having Hulkbuster skins. But because they sell these skins, it's a lot of work for a very temporary part of the game, you know? That's how I see it anyway. Did I finish the story? No, not yet. I haven't been able to finish the story for Midnight Suns. But I'll get back to playing it soon. I've been playing some other stuff. I started playing the Outer Worlds, which I'm really liking. Just a couple recolors would be enough. That's not a bad point, honestly. Is like... Let's go into... I almost called him Peter. Tony's catalog here. Come on. Come on. Why is it opening me on these weird... Oh, I see what happened. So, like, for example, if we had this skin on, it would just take the palette, right? And do a recolor for the Hulkbuster. It wouldn't change the design other than colors. Just take this palette and put it on, right? Black and red. That's it. If it was this, maybe work some gray in there. You know, this would probably have the same Hulkbuster recolor skin, right? I feel like they could do something like that. I feel like that would be kind of cool. This skin, because of its like particle effect, you know, this wouldn't be on the Hulkbuster. I wouldn't think, right? Frozen Gatorade is so good. It's just so good. People freaking out over Suicide Squad kills the Justice League is hilarious. Yeah, I'm a little surprised by how nightmarish the reaction has been. Have I played it on stream? No, I'm just playing it myself. I had a procedure on Monday and I just wasn't feeling the best, so I wanted to play something new to kind of distract myself, and so I started the Outer Worlds, which is the first time I'm actually playing it. I have had it since shortly after launch, like launch year, I think December of that year, but I didn't get it at launch, and I haven't played it, but I've been enjoying it. Have I played Midnight Suns on stream? Yes, I have. We played it on stream. Last time we were playing it on stream, we had some technical difficulties, so we haven't played it since, but I definitely would like to play it more on stream. What's the funniest thing is that they're mad about most part not true. Suicide Squad kills the Justice League won't have microtransactions. You'll earn all currency in game by playing. How do you know that for sure, though? Because it did have in the leaked screenshot, it did have a battle pass section for Justice League. So yeah, the big controversy for Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League is this conversation about, like, is it a live service game or not? I've seen a lot of people very upset about that, right? And I just, you know, it's just one of those things, like, I don't think it's the end of the world. I get it. I have the same fatigue on live service games. But, I mean, I didn't like live service games when Avengers came out, right? And yet I like the game. I didn't like gear or loot-driven games when Avengers came out. And I wasn't excited for it, you know, partly for that reason. Shortly before it came out, I got more into it. I played the game, and I ended up really liking it, you know? So, it's one of those things where it's... Look, if it's not for you, I'm not telling you, you know, you have to spend $60 to see if you like a game or not, right? Like, of course, I don't want to imply that, but, you know, I'd rather wait... Oh my gosh, just open the computer. You know, I'd rather not jump to conclusions on the game. I don't know what it's going to be, you know? Next sale, you're going to get the Modern Hawkeye. Modern Hawkeye is awesome. You kind of wish it wasn't, but it is what it is. Avengers or Suicide Squad? Kind of weird to me that everyone is hating on Rocksteady after a few leaks that may or may not even be true. They act like Rocksteady hasn't given some of the best superhero games ever. Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, I think it's just internet culture. Again, I'm not... people have every right to be upset if, you know, they want to be upset. But the way people react, it's just too much. Like, you don't... Again, I use Ben Reilly as the example all the time. Like, and, you know, Ben Reilly is a great example for a couple reasons. Ben Reilly has been made a villain, like, twice now, and I hate that. But you don't see me, like, having a nightmare fit, right? That's my favorite superhero ever, and Marvel is actively, like, ruining the character. But... I cope, right? Like, I deal with it. I criticize it. Maybe I complain about it, but, like, not this, like, insane, like, losing my marbles. And then the same thing with, like, Marvel Snap. Like, Marvel Snap included Ben Reilly, you know, made a Scarlet Spider image, a Spider-Man image, and I think that's a huge mistake, and I've pointed it out, and I've made fun of it. But I haven't had nearly the fit of, like, rage that people have against developers typically when they make mistakes like that. You know what I mean? Just doesn't mean... Again, you can criticize them. It's good to criticize. It's good to criticize. It's an important part of art. But, like, this, like, nightmare mode where people go into is so wild to me. Nope. Man, we really messed up with helping these people. Suicide Squad. Well, again, keep in mind, Silver Centurion, which I don't know if I said hi to you, but welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Suicide Squad, we don't know for sure, you know, what kind of game it's going to be yet. It might not be a live service game. We don't know what's up with the game. You know what I mean? I mean, Gotham Knights is a great example of this, where, like, people were like, oh, no, don't make it a live service game. And then it came out and people liked it, and they were like, why can't it be a live service game? And it's like, bro... Maybe because you guys have been so upset about live service games. I'm fine with Gotham Knights being what it is. I'm happy that it is what it is. But the amount of people who are, like, you know, upset about it being live service after criticizing all these other games for being live service, it's just so odd to me. Let me tell you something. The Hulkbuster looks gorgeous in this game, though. Like, it may not change skin color, but it looks so dope. We basically let our hostages die. No way. Are we experiencing a Marvel's Avengers bug? A patented, iconic Marvel's Avengers buggy? No? What's happening right now? There they are. I think they were stuck in the wall or something. Yo, we got a lot of enemies. You just sent a YouTube link to everyone should watch at some point. Twitter thread everyone should read. Okay. What is it about? I can't believe the health of our hostages is that, like, low. Or are they dead? No, it turns red if they die. right, let me get back in chat. Marvel wants to get me to the villain side? No. How dare Marvel treat Ben Reilly like this?
Good job, Avengers.
Good job, Avengers.
So they can fight another day. The Resistance will surely succeed with you watching their backs.
Just really bothers me whenever someone like Suicide Squad leaks, people come out like, oh, please don't be like Avengers, and it's just like, be quiet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Avengers stuff, like, whatever. Avengers got a negative reaction. I mean, to me, people talking about like, oh, please don't be like Avengers is like everybody talking about how like Batman is like the perfect superhero game where it's like it's not Batman Arkham Knight, so it's not good. And I feel like in recent years, Spider-Man has kind of replaced that. Keep in mind, Spider-Man wasn't like that at first. When it first came out, people weren't like, this is the best superhero game ever made. But when Avengers came out, then it was like, okay, Spider-Man is the best superhero game ever made. You know, Avengers feels like the opposite side of the pole in terms of like comments from people on the internet, shallow comments. Again, it's like the Fallout 76 thing. It's like, yes, Fallout 76 had problems, 100%. But it's also been around. Like, it's still around. It's still releasing content. People still play it. I'm still live playing Marvel's Avengers on Down for Good. Sorry. It is 12:51 p.m. EST, so we have a couple more hours. Got a couple more hours. But yeah, the constant Avengers like comparisons, it's like, okay, I get it. You don't like Avengers. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Some people do. Some people enjoy it. Again, it's fine to criticize it. It's just like the weird like hate energy towards Avengers. It's very odd. April's the DLC for Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah. Speaking of which, Fallout 76 is also free with PS Plus right now. Oh, that's awesome. I've been trying to get back in. I loved Fallout 76. I was obsessed with it for a couple of years there. And then when COVID hit towards the end of pandemic, shortly after this was released, honestly, and this kind of became my big game, I stopped playing it as much, and I've been trying to play it since, and it just hasn't clicked for me. And I miss it. I really do miss playing Fallout 76. I just haven't been able to get into it. But I think that's less a Fallout 76 thing and more like an MMO thing. Like, with MMORPGs, like, you kind of, you know, fall out with them. If you stop playing, it's tough to get back into them. You know what I mean? Thank you for the video game review, Silver Centurion. What would you like me to talk about? If you have a suggestion. You're thinking about downloading it? I really love it. I really love Fallout 76. Do you want me to review Fallout 76? Burning Shores DLC? Did you see our upcoming video games? I only saw part of them. I saw you mention Horizon Zero Dawn. Elon Musk is building starships to go to Mars in 2029. Good luck, Elon. I'm sure it'll happen. You're very good at following through on your word. Fallout 76, you got it. All right, Fallout 76. The official review. Still low power level. I wish there were more missions available for me at this level. The official review. How do I even start? Fallout 76, I think, is a really fun game. I think its greatest qualities are, from a gameplay perspective, exploration. I think Fallout 76 tells its story in a really interesting way, and although it got a lot... I actually have a video on my main channel talking about this. Although it got a lot of criticism for not having many NPCs that you could speak with, it's actually a really interesting part of the game. That's not really part of the game anymore. They've added NPCs that you can talk to now. But the way they tell the story is very post-apocalyptic, in my opinion. And I think that way of exploring is one of my favorite Bethesda-style Fallout games. You know, starting Fallout 76 from the beginning, and I've restarted it a bunch of times, that sense of discovery from, you know, opening the vault and being like, go explore the world, and actually exploring the world and seeing what's there, you know, is pretty cool. And it's gotten even better with time. When it was first released, there weren't living people, you know, there were just enemy NPCs, but now there are, you know, friendly NPCs that you can talk to. And so it's an interesting world to explore. And I think that's one of the best things about the game is the world. I think it's one of the best. I think it's one of, if not my favorite, one of the best, if not my favorite, Bethesda open worlds. I think they made something beautiful to look at, and I think they made something interesting to explore. I love base building in the game. I feel like that's a really great way to make this like post-apocalypse your own. And combat, what do you call it? Gunplay is pretty good, honestly. As a first-person shooter, I think it's pretty good. I think I still prefer a shooter like Wolfenstein. I still prefer a shooter like Back 4 Blood in terms of gameplay. But it's definitely better than, like, I'm playing the Outer Worlds right now, and I love the Outer Worlds. But I think the gunplay is very basic, which is okay, because I think the story in the Outer Worlds is better than Fallout 76. I think the way they tell the story is better. You know, the branching pathways and stuff like that. I think all of that is much better in Outer Worlds than it is in Fallout 76. But gunplay is better in Fallout 76, you know? So it's good gunplay, which can definitely be fun to play over time. So, you know, combining that exploration with these tools of how you interact with enemies can be pretty cool. Again, I like the story of Fallout 76. I think it's interesting. When I compared it to Outer Worlds, the specific comparison is to RPGs. I really love that Outer Worlds has branching pathways, and I think Fallout 76 does have branching pathways. It actually does, especially in the DLC. But I just think it's better in Outer Worlds. But that being said, the story that is being told about the Scorched Plague and the new settlers that are coming in, all that stuff is pretty interesting in Fallout 76, and it's fun to consume. Just know when you're going into it, and I'm sorry my review is all over the place, just know going into it, it's very passive. And I think if you go into it expecting a more passive experience, where you're kind of just walking around this empty world, and listening to holotapes, and listening to, and reading, you know, notes, and looking at environmental storytelling, I feel like you'll have a really, you know, good time, and it'll really feel very immersive. And I feel like that's when Fallout 76 really works. It also has, in my opinion, one of the friendliest communities in video games. You know, Avengers, I love this community, but obviously there's a lot of people who have been very toxic and very rude and very not nice, right? Fallout 76, I don't follow a lot of content creators, but playing online, it's like the amount of people I met who were like ready to talk to me and be like, hey, how are you? Like, what's going on? Do you need any supplies? Like, it really felt like this really positive community playing Fallout 76, which is so unique to me playing a video game online. Genuinely, like, back when I was playing 76 and still working, I remember I would stay up some nights until like 5 in the morning because I would run into somebody in the wasteland and they would just be cool. And I just get to know them. And then, like, I never talked to them again. But that one night, they taught me a lot about the game, and they hung out with me, and they gave me stuff, and we completed missions together, and it was cool, you know? So that's another huge thing about Fallout 76. All that being said, you know, the gameplay can definitely get repetitive. the storytelling, while I do think it's interesting and cool to tell it so passively, it can be a little too passive for some people. You know, combat and interacting with high-level enemies isn't necessarily the most fun. I preferred the world. They had an update to the game that basically made it that the world scales to your level depending on where you are. I prefer the game being different levels depending on where you go. So the starting level is the starting area is going to be lower level, and then the further you go on the map, it's going to be higher level. I miss that kind of gameplay. I thought that was more fun than what we have now. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the... Oh, and bugs. There are a number of bugs. It's definitely much better now, but it was awful at launch. And I think that was a big issue, and it's, you know, worth mentioning. Again, it's not as bad as it was before, but definitely it wasn't ideal. So if I was going to give a score to Fallout 76 out of 20, I would probably give it a... I'd probably give it a 13 out of 20. It's got a lot of problems, but I still really love the game. It might be, you know, one of my favorite Fallout games, and one of the coolest things about it is its authentic post-apocalyptic experience, you know? So it feels very unique from that perspective, but also it's just fun, and I feel like the nature of kind of being so laid back with the storytelling made the game feel more immersive, in my opinion, at least, you know? So that's my review. I hope that was helpful in some way. I owe you a movie review? All right, champion. You asked for Chucky. I assume you mean the original Child's Play, right? I assume you're talking about Child's Play 1. This is also a movie that I have a review for on my YouTube channel. It's funny. You both asked me about a lot of topics that I've covered before. Thank you. That was helpful. I'm not going to give it I'm going to give it a try. Awesome. I can't wait to hear what you think of it. What is your familiarity with Fallout and Bethesda? Like, separately, those two, you know, that company and that franchise, out of curiosity. Child's Play. The original Child's Play, I think, is awesome. I think it's horrifying in a really uncomfortable way, in a very psychological way. You know, it is disturbing to watch because the real horror of Chucky is this loving mom who's just trying to take care of her parent, accidentally, you know, gave a murderer, an adult criminal, unlimited access to her child. And this doll that's possessed by the ghost of a criminal is just with this child at all times. And, you know, he can just whisper into this kid's ear, you know, vile things. You know, he can convince this kid to hurt people. You know, he can poison this child's mind in their most formative moments in their life, you know? And I feel like that is the true horror of Child's Play that doesn't really get talked about very often. But when I rewatch that movie, that's like the most disturbing part of it, is like this poor mother is just trying to provide a good life for her kid. And meanwhile, this kid is repeating, like, I think in Child's Play 1, her kid like curses at her, like says like an expletive, right? And she's like, what? Why would you say that? Where did you learn that? And the answer is that she learned it. I mean, that they learned it from this doll that is possessed by an adult man, an adult like criminal guy, who's just hanging out in his bedroom. That's horrifying, you know? And I think that's one of the scariest things. But then the more traditional horror aspects, like the violence, the gore, even just like the creature, you know, Chucky, and the way he's depicted, all really cool, really scary, really unsettling. The music is incredible. Absolutely incredible. I like the depiction of voodoo in the movie. I like that it's not just voodoo bad, because that's kind of a trope in media. I like that it's more so that, you know, this was done by an evil person. You know, it's more so what you do with this power rather than the power itself. I thought that was a cool little take. I apparently have a thing for drawings in movies or artwork in movies. I just watched what do you call it? Nightbreed last night. I watched Smile. I rewatched Smile again a couple days ago. And then of course there's Candyman, and Child's Play has something similar. Oh wait, maybe it doesn't have something. Maybe I'm just thinking of Candyman. My mistake. Anyway, I was gonna say I love like artwork. No wait, I am thinking of Child's Play. There's a scene in Child's Play where like they visit this house and there's just horrifying paintings all over the place. And there's just something I'm come to terms with the fact that like all those movies I mentioned have like scary drawings in them or scary paintings in them. I think that's just something that I like in horror movies. I think it's just something that appeals to me. It's something that gets under my skin, is seeing like artwork that is creepy. Maybe that's not scary to a lot of other people, but to me, it scares me and or at least it creeps me out, and I think that's really cool. And there's a great couple scenes like that in Child's Play. So I highly recommend Child's Play. Oh, last thing. The humor. The humor is not overdone in the first Child's Play. I don't like Chucky being overly funny. In the other movies, I think Chucky in the first Child's Play, the jokes he does tell are more so to show how callous he is to the harm he can do, and it kind of helps him be more frightening. Whereas in other movies, he's a little bit more ridiculous, and it's not my bag. You know what I mean? It's not my thing. Shout out to the Avengers Pizza. Shout out to the Avengers Pizza. Oh no, artwork. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm very into I don't know, like I like to be unsettled, and I feel like an image is much more scary to me than a lot of other things. Somebody drawing something, it's like such a literal, it's such a like direct form of like showing you what's in somebody's head. Like somebody's like, oh, you know, I'm all messed up inside, and it's like, oh, can you explain it? It's like, I don't know. And they draw this messed up drawing, or they paint this messed up thing, and it really sends like a core, it's like an instinctual level. I feel like my reaction to drawings or paintings in movies is like the reaction of a predator looking at like a butterfly's wings or an owl's face. It's this instinctual fear that you don't understand that is deterring you. And I really love that. I think that's a really fun primal fear that I don't get to connect to very often, you know? If I was going to give a rating to Child's Play out of 20, as we all know, we rate things out of 20. Everybody does it. Why do I even need to say that? Everybody does that. If I was going to give Child's Play a rating out of 20, I would give it a... I think I'd give it an 18 out of 20. I think it's a great movie. I think it's a fantastic film. All right, I'm going to go back and chat really quickly. Never played Fallout nor anything done by Bethesda. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I love Fallout. I'm a big Fallout fan. I'm a big Bethesda fan as well. But Bethesda didn't always own Fallout. They took over after Fallout 3. And I think their games have been very celebrated. But there's also been some mixed reactions, I think. But I do like Bethesda Fallout. And again, even though it's controversial, I like Fallout 76. Fallout 76 was a game that I really felt comfortable putting time into. The way I would play Fallout 76 is I'd come home from work, or I'd wake up early on a Saturday morning. I'd get a drink. I'd get snacks. I would put on a podcast. I'd sit down in a comfortable chair. I'd enter the world of Fallout 76 and just chill. I'd walk around. I would, you know, see what quests I had to do. I would scrap some things. I would clear out an area. I would build something. There are these little campsites that you can build. I'd build something, a temporary campsite, and then I'd just kind of sit there. You know, I'd text on my phone for a while. Then I'd be like, okay, I'm ready to do a big mission. I'd do like that. I wish Avengers had like a hub that you could chill with other people like that. You know what I mean? Because that is something that I really did value and I really did enjoy in Fallout 76, is just existing in the world. And I think that's something that like WoW players, like World of Warcraft players really like, you know, is that like I could just exist virtually. Thanks for the review. No problem, champion. Why are you hushing me on the cliffside? What is that about? After SpongeBob is Jedi Survivor, Tears of the Kingdom, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Final Fantasy 16, Spider-Man 2. Also Minecraft Legends, which is scheduled for release in spring. And I know that there are a lot more games like Hogwarts Legacy and Resident Evil. but I'm not that interested in them and not interested in the Street Fighter 6. Yeah, I'm not really a Street Fighter player. I must admit I like... Hello? Oh. I gotta admit, I love the character designs in Street Fighter, right? Street Fighter character designs are boss. But not really into fighting games. The only fighting games I've gotten into is because I get to control characters that I like. So like Bleach fighting games, anime fighting games, Marvel fighting games. I enjoy them because I get to control Iron Man or Ichigo, you know what I mean? Not because I love fighting games. I am going to be getting Resident Evil 4. I don't know if I'm going to get it at launch, but I'll get it eventually, right? I'm a big Resident Evil fan. I'm a big horror fan. Excuse me. What else? Woo, missed me. Oh, I wanted to talk about Suicide Squad. So here's my thing. I wanted to mention this. I'll probably tweet about it tomorrow. You guys get it early, though. Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. Now, obviously, it's made by Rocksteady. Rocksteady is trusted. Rocksteady has shown they can make good video games and good superhero video games, right? The thing is, I wonder, do you think it would have been a better game? And it hasn't come out yet, so I don't even know if it's a good or a bad game. But there's a part of me that wonders, you know, that there's a part of me that wishes that they weren't putting the Suicide Squad, or sorry, the Justice League in the game. I wish they had either just made a Justice League game or a Suicide Squad game. And to me, adding the Justice League feels like they're just cramming in. It feels like the DC movies, where it's like they're taking something they were already working on. Let's say Man of Steel, right? Man of Steel 2, whatever, or Batman. And it feels like they're cramming in something because they know people want it. Now, it could work. It could be awesome, right? It could be amazing. I'm not saying that it's officially bad. But am I alone? Do you guys agree with me? I'm curious how chat feels about this. I really do feel like I would have rather had either a Justice League game or a Suicide Squad game. Totally could change, right? Totally could change. But I don't know. That's kind of the feeling that I get. Is I don't know. It's just weird. For me, it's weird that they're doing, and here's the thing, it could work totally, because Midnight Suns is a great example of that. They didn't just make a Midnight Suns game, they added the Avengers, right? So they did exactly what I'm you know, potentially worried about, and they made it work. I love it. I love that Iron Man is in Midnight Suns, and I'm not an Iron Man stan, you know what I mean? So clearly they did that well. But I don't know, it's just something that comes to mind. Like, from what I've seen, there's just a part of me, you know what it is? I think the other thing about Midnight Suns is, like, we have an Avengers game, so getting a Midnight Suns game with the Avengers in it is not the worst thing in the world. It's a fun little mix-up. I think with Justice League, it's like, I would have rather had a recent Justice League game before they put that twist on it, you know what I mean? Whenever I see Superman or The Flash, I admit, it is cool. It's a cool idea, like, the idea of potentially having these boss battles with, you know, these superheroes. But there's another part of me that's just like, I don't know. I would have rather had a superhero. I would have rather had a Superman game, you know? You think they put the Justice League in the Suicide Squad game to test if people actually want a Justice League game? People definitely want a Justice League game. But okay, so do you think that Rocksteady always wanted to make Suicide Squad kills the Justice League, or do you think they added Justice League later? I honestly hope Suicide Squad kills the Justice League isn't live service. I can understand that. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know. You know, I think, I personally don't think it will be a live service game. I could totally be wrong on that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I know that for sure. I'm not saying whatever. I personally get the vibes that I don't think it will be a live service game. But that's just me. We should celebrate today. Excuse me. We should celebrate today. January 18th. as from now on. Every year we celebrate January 18th. For you know, Stadia shut off day. I gotta parry more often. Thank you for the movie review, Hero Champion. What is it called? Far From Home, you suggested. I think it was originally going to be Superman rumored game. That's so interesting. So you think they... I don't know. Very odd. Far From Home review. I think Far From Home was one of the last movies I saw in theaters before COVID. I think it might have been Rise of Skywalker, but I think it was Far From Home. Far From Home, again, I'm not the biggest Peter Parker fan, right? Not Peter Parker, MCU Peter Parker fan. Y'all know this. I'm not the biggest MCU Spider-Man fan. So already it gets points off for that. But that's not something I'm going to hold against it, right? I actually think it's a pretty good movie. I think the MCU Spider-Man movies are pretty good for what they are. You know, the stories that they choose to tell are pretty well done. They're funny, right? They tell some interesting stories. I think the best thing that Far From Home does is Mysterio. I really like the villain. And I really like the way that Mysterio's powers are depicted. You know, in the Spider-Man communities, Mysterio has been a big ask for years to get his powers on the big screen, but also been a big question. Like, how can we present Mysterio on the big screen in a way that is cool or interesting? And I think they did a really great job. That Mysterio sequence where, you know, Spider-Man shatters into a million pieces, I'm probably misremembering it, but that whole sequence is incredible. And seeing that on the big screen, I was so impressed. And it just brought me back to, you know, that was a real fanboy moment, because it brought me back to so many conversations I had had with people about, like, oh, they could never do Mysterio on the big screen, or like, oh, how would they do his powers, or blah blah blah. Like, it was so cool. You know, it was very, very, very cool. And that's consistent with the first you know, MCU Spider-Man film, Homecoming. You know, Vulture is a really great villain in that film, and I think they do villains really well in the MCU Spider-Man films. But that being said, it's just not my it's just not my kind of cup of tea for Peter Parker. I don't like Tom Holland as Spider-Man. I don't like the story that they're telling with him as Spider-Man. I don't like his costume. I don't like I don't know. I don't like that it's more of a comedy than anything else. So I think it's a good movie. I think it's a pretty good superhero movie. I think it's a pretty good you know, Spider-Man movie. It's just not my style of Spider-Man personally. So if I was going to give it a rating, I'd probably give it a 15 out of 20. I think it's a solid movie. Not my style, though. Know what I mean? More of a comedy. You don't think... they've literally described those movies as comedies. I'm not saying they're not funny. They are funny. They're very funny. How can I not like the costume? It's a weird thing. I don't like the webbing, and I don't like the eyes. I think the eyes are too small. And I think the webbing is just placed weird, in my opinion. I'm not a fan of the costume. I also don't like how dark it is in that one specifically. I don't hate the costume. You know, I like it in Avengers. Like, I use it all the time in Avengers, thanks to On the Cliffside making me change my skin. But that's okay. People can be wrong. 19 or die teen. I'm back. I just had a hiccup. I'm just gonna... Oh, I don't even have my abilities yet. Your internet had a hiccup. No, the costume is perfect. 30 out of 20. Are you a big Far From Home fan? I didn't know that, Silver Centurion. Let me hear, out of curiosity, favorite MCU movies in chat. Yeah, again, that's why I'm trying to be as fair as I can. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a bad movie. You know what I mean? I think Man of Steel is a movie that doesn't work for me, but I also think it is a bad movie. You know what I mean? No offense to anybody who likes Man of Steel. I'm not trying to take that from you. I would give Man of Steel a lower score because both I don't like what they're doing and I don't think it was done well. There's a place for, you know, that kind of story with that kind of tone, and I'm open to it, but I don't think they did that story well. You know what I mean? But I'm also just not a fan of the story that they told. The eyes are 60s Spider-Man. Well, I never said 60s Spider-Man is my favorite Spider-Man. I love John Romita senior artwork. Don't get me wrong. I think he is very formative for Spider-Man. I love the look. My preference for Spider-Man eyes are as big as humanly possible. This is why I like Humberto Ramos a lot. He really gets exaggerated with them eyes. I like Mark Bagley a lot. Mark Bagley, I feel like, definitely misses a lot for me sometimes, but I definitely like his Spider-Man. I think his Spider-Man looks incredible, and it's because his eyes encompass his entire head. So I get what you mean. They're very kind of Romita-esque, Ditko-esque eyes, these kind of curled. They're not the worst thing in the world. Ultimate Spider-Man eyes are worse, in my opinion. But I just am not a fan of the way that they look. 90s fans be like, that's me. That's me. MCU Peter is peak. Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Spider-Man Homecoming, Guardians of the Galaxy 1. I think Guardians 1 is on my short list for, like, favorite ever. I gotta be honest. I really liked Eternals. I really liked Shang-Chi. I love Guardians. I love Winter Soldier, like you mentioned. I love Civil War. I love Age of Ultron. Those are like my top MCU movies. I don't know which one I would say is my favorite. Big eyes equal good. Yeah, I'm a very big proponent of large Spider-Man eyes. The larger, the better. Literally, like, when Mark Bagley, I don't like super thin Spider-Man. I definitely don't want him bulky, but I don't like super thin, and I think Bagley has an issue. Sometimes Bagley kills it. Sometimes Mark Bagley does, like, chef's kiss, perfect Spider-Man. But sometimes he makes his head too big and his body, like he's a Funko Pop, his head too big and his body too, like, thin and, like, you know, I'm not a fan of when he does stuff like that. But when he draws Spider-Man with those eyes that literally encompass his entire head, I'm like, oh, it's so cool. It's so dope. So, like, the smaller the eyes, you know, the less into it I am. That's why you like MCU. They change from small to big. I do love that. I will always appreciate that about MCU Spider-Man, is that they created that, because that was something I always said, you know, if they adapted Spider-Man, like, you know, one thing they could never do was the moving eyes. And I probably even said, I guess they could have mechanical eyes, but I doubt they would ever do that. But that's something that comics are unique to, and it's something that I love about comics, is that Peter can move his eyes. And yet the MCU did that with the costume, and what a genius move. So, you know, credit where it's due. One of the best decisions, especially because then they did that for Insomniac Spider-Man. And I think that makes that costume so much better, you know? Spider-Man 3 is your favorite? Spider-Man 3 is a good contradiction for me. The eyes on that suit are terrible. They're, like, super thin and, like, sharp. They look like a broken shard of glass, but I love that costume just because I have super nostalgia for it. You know what I mean? It's such a weird costume, but I love it. Carrot, have I seen the Fantastic Four? Sorry. Have I seen Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer? Yes, I have, but it has been like a decade. Probably like 2 decades. It's been a long time. It'd be cool if they changed the eyes for the new trilogy. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. It's tough. I really love the eyes on the Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man 2 costume. That costume is a big. I love that one. Could I review it? Probably not, honestly. It's been way too long since I've seen it. I don't think I'd be able to give a good review for Silver Surfer, or sorry, for Fantastic Four 2. I would like to rewatch that though. It's been too long. All right, what's our consumable at? We have 40 minutes left on this one. All right, we gotta get going with Tony. We need to level up fast. Oh wait, you know what? Let's use our skills. What am I doing? Here it is. I'm like, what am I doing right now? First thing we gotta do is upgrade them lasers. We do a laser. Oh, I forgot rocket star over here. All right, we got all of our weapons finally. Redeem an Avenger. Guys, you can't keep redeeming the choose Avenger option for Spider-Man because I'm playing on Stadia. There's no Spider-Man on Stadia. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally as a joke or if you keep forgetting, but I'm playing on Stadia. That's the second person to do that. That 90s show premieres tonight. Choose a skin? Go for it. I have 2 skins. That 90s show premieres tonight. You know what's crazy about that 90s show is I loved that 70s show growing up. I watched it so much in the 90s, you know? And I watched like the reruns in the 2000s. I loved it. And I remember when that 80s show premiered. I think it was 2001. It premiered. And I remember watching it, and even as a kid being like, this is bad. This is not good. And then, of course, it got canceled. So it's so surreal finding out that 90s show is coming out for those 2 reasons, you know? Have I seen The Last of Us? No, I have not. Did you see it, Matt? Everybody's redeeming stuff. We just redeeming random things. Redeem random random game review. What game do you have in mind on the Cliffside? It's really good. That's what I've heard. I've heard it's fantastic. Spider-Man Far From Home suit? You guys. I cannot play as Spider-Man. It's not happening. I can't be a Spider-Man. Create a ghost now? I'm not creating a ghost now. This is not the time. You know what? That can be another time. Everybody's just redeeming. I've customized my loadout on? That's so weird. There we go. Customize my loadout? Yeah, I just removed that reward. That channel reward, because that's for Fortnite specifically. Batman Arkham Knight review. I love Arkham Knight. I think Arkham Knight is incredible. I gotta be honest. I love the Rocksteady Batman trilogy. I love those games. I think they're great. I think they're fun. I think they are influential, right? Like, I think they are incredibly important to superhero video games and video game history. Hero, you're just redeeming all these rewards that I can't do. I cannot do them. Wait, maybe this one. Yeah, let's do this instead. Stark Realities. You're the one that's wasting your channel points at this point. That's your review game, yeah. So I think that, you know, it's an incredibly influential trilogy. And of course, you know, even Origins, you know, has that as well. Huge games. That being said, you know, I think City is the one that is the most celebrated. And again, to be fair, City is a huge game. A game I was really excited about back in the day. And a game that... I'm going to disable this because you've lost the privilege. I'm sorry. You just should not be spamming the chat right now. There you go. Channel points scandal of 2023. It's been a while since we've had a channel points scandal, so. Let's see the Iron Man suits that I have. I only have his iconic look and his civilian like outfit. Only these two. Because again, I'm playing on Stadia, so I don't have my full library of skins. But that being said, you know, I was excited for Arkham City, and Arkham City is cool, and it's a game that I still like, but I still have a lot of issues with Arkham City, I feel like. I feel like there's still stuff that I don't like about that game. And I feel like Arkham Knight, for me, is the quintessential, like, Batman game. Makeshift skin, you got it. Thanks, Matt. I really love that game. I think it is fantastic. I love the story, and I like the way that it's presented. I think it's a great sequel. Specifically, I think sequels should try to implement new gameplay. It shouldn't just be, you know, here's the new thing. Sometimes that's okay, you know, but I think typically if you're looking for a great sequel, not just an okay one, you should try and implement some new gameplay. And a lot, you know, that's kind of why I'm not a big fan of a lot of Assassin's Creed. But, you know, to contradict myself, I really like Far Cry games because most of them are the same. You know what I mean? So it depends. But typically, if you want a great sequel, you know, do something different. And I really like the differences in Arkham Knight versus Arkham City. The presentation feels a lot nicer in terms of the story. They take some chances with the way they tell the story, you know, from taking you into first person to a lot of the musical sequences, to changing the perspective of the character that you get to play as, you know, to narration, time jumps. There's a lot in there that I think feels more story-driven than a lot of the other games. And I really like that stuff right off the bat. You know what I mean? I feel like Arkham City is more... And Arkham City has a really cool opening as well, but I feel like Arkham City is more driven by, you know, the player doing what they want rather than telling this story. But the other big change that Arkham Knight has is the tank. A lot of people don't like the tank. That's fine. I love the tank. I think the tank is awesome. I think it's cool. I don't think that... I don't get annoyed by it. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm a little confused by why people don't like the tank. But I don't know. I'm confused why people don't like the tank at the same time. Again, obviously people can have their opinion. But from what I've heard, people are like, oh, there's too, like, I'm not able to play as Batman as much as I would like to. Like, the tank complaints feel like the MJ complaints from Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Where, oh, I don't want to play as this tank as all the time. Or I've heard people say that it's too much, like too much to suspend their disbelief. Like, they don't like that it, you know, it doesn't kill people, or that you're fighting drones or whatever. Like, whatever. Like, again, if that's something that bothers you, that's fine. But for me, I love the tank. And I think it's a great way to have new gameplay in the sequel, and I think it's a great way to balance your gameplay in that game. You know, it prevents you from getting bored of just playing as Batman. You're not just playing as Batman. You get to use his Batmobile, and getting to use the Batmobile as Batman is such a cool piece of gameplay that you don't get very often. You know what I mean? From racing to battling, I think the tank is very versatile, and it gives you a lot of options that help diversify gameplay. So I really love the Bat Tank, and I really love the story. And then I also really love Gotham, and I really like the city, and I really like exploring it. Obviously, the combat is great. Again, it's a Batman Arkham game, so already you had that base of really fun, good gameplay. And then you add in all the other stuff that I really enjoyed, and it's a fantastic game. The things I don't like about it, I really do hate the twist. Even if, you know, they hyped up the twist, who the Arkham Knight would be. Even if they didn't hype it up, which they did. You know, in marketing, they were like, you know, people talking about the game, they were like, this is a new character, a totally new character. And then it turns out to be, am I allowed to say, like, the spoiler? It turns out to be who it is. And I just hate that twist because it doesn't feel like it's adapting a story that exists. Hey, All Gravity. Thank you so much for the subscription for 3 months. Three months ongoing. I really appreciate it. That helps me so much. And it means a lot to show that you're showing me your support in that way. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I think it's great. Maybe a tad too much of tank, but only a little. Okay, again, that's fine. I genuinely want to hear what people have to say about the tank in terms of like criticisms, because I feel like I want to know. You know what I mean? Because I love it so much, and I love that tank so much. And to me, it doesn't feel like I get it overdone. You know what I mean? Whoa, All Gravity. Thank you so much for the 5 Tier 1 gift subscriptions. And congratulations to everybody in chat who got a gift sub from All Gravity. Please thank All Gravity. And thank you again for the sub. You caught me off guard. That's so nice of you. You're the bomb. And if you feel like joining chat, feel free. But if you're just lurking, I always appreciate that lurk. That means the world to me. Seriously, thank you so much. And again, be thankful. I command everyone, be thankful. You love the game. The twist never bothered you. So the twist for Arkham Knight, for me, there's a lot of reasons why I dislike it. The first being that, again, it was built up by the people who made the game as it wasn't going to be somebody that we knew, and it wasn't going to be, like, obvious, right? And then it was, in my opinion, someone that we knew, and it was completely obvious. All Gravity, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a wonderful Stadia Death Day indeed. Thank you so much. Granted, I wasn't there during the hype for the game. I played it years after. Yeah, and again, like that is definitely something like where it's like I gotta let it go eventually, right? It's part of the thing where it's like, you know, I talked about Fallout 76 and Avengers, and the games won't have as many bugs as they did at launch. But later, you know, people aren't gonna have that context, so they're gonna have a different opinion. I did see your movie review, Matt, but for now, I'm just reviewing. What movie would you like me to review when I am able to? Thanks again, All Gravity. I know I'm saying thank you a lot, but I gotta say it over and over. Have a great night, bud. Any snap in the future? Yes. It's funny you're here today, because this is kind of an off day. We've been playing a lot of Snap recently. I would say it's one of my more played games in the past month. Like, I've been playing it instead of like Marvel Knights. Not Marvel Knights. Midnight Suns, sorry. So we've been playing it quite a bit. You just caught me on an off day. So hopefully you'll be able to see more Marvel Snap in the future. I'm loving it. I'm loving Marvel Snap. I'm obsessed with it right now. And I've been making a lot of TikTok content about Snap. But whatever, you get the point. I will be back another time playing Marvel Snap. It's just for tonight, since we're saying goodbye to the Stadia. I wonder if you can play Marvel Snap on the Stadia. I thought it would be nice to play this. Nice, you'll be around. Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you so much for all the love and all the support. It genuinely means the world to me. I can't say it enough. Seriously, thank you. It means so much to me. No Way Home? Oh, I don't have... I actually haven't seen No Way Home. All Gravity, thank you again for the 5. For the 5... Oh my goodness. For the 5 tier 1 gift subs. My gosh, why can't I speak? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ugh. More gift subs. Thank you so much. And again, if you got a gift sub, make sure you say thank you to all Gravity. Have I been saying your name correctly? Ugh, thank you so much. Catching me off guard. I gotta find new ways to say thank you. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to read... Keep it up, man. Talk to you later. Thank you so much. Talk to you later. Have a great night. Or morning, depending on where you are. That reminds me. I wanted to read the reviews for the Stadia controller. Yo, this music is delightfully jazzy. What is good? You also think Arkham City is a tad overrated? I like it, but I agree. And I played that at launch. I played Arkham City at launch, and I liked it. I thought it was great. I still like it, but it's a little overrated in my opinion. Watch No Way Home, Carrot. It's not a request anymore. I know. I'm sorry. That's, you know, me and my me and my wife, you know, the chief executive of the stream, the CEO of the stream, we've been kind of like the last couple nights like, oh, what do we watch? And I guess the answer should be No Way Home, right? But Matt, I haven't seen No Way Home. Do you want a Homecoming review instead? Carrot Scraps know the greatness of Sins Past. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. Yeah, I don't know what I could say about Arkham City specifically. I think it feels a little disconnected. I feel like Arkham Knight has a good flow to it. And don't get me wrong, there are bad missions in Arkham Knight. There's stuff I don't like, right? Is Hush in Arkham Knight, or is that Arkham City? Either way, I don't like the Hush mission. I feel like that's an example of a mission type that isn't very good. And there are other similar missions, you know, throughout the game. But I'd say that on the whole, the missions are better in Arkham Knight. In Arkham City, they just feel a little disconnected. It feels a little too open worldy, which in some games is great, but in Arkham City, I'm not the biggest fan of it. So yeah, Arkham City just it feels a little too much like a run-on sentence sometimes. You know what I mean? I did not see Far From Home yet. Just have not checked it out yet for whatever reason. Sorry about that, everybody. That's wasted points. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Arkham Knight is one of my favorite games. I think the combat is the best in the game, in gaming, and it has a masterfully crafted world. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's my favorite combat in the series, my favorite world in the series. I love the diversity of combat between, you know... Ugh. That's our first down for tonight, though. I've seen No Way Home. I have not watched... Wait, no. I've watched Far From Home. I haven't seen No Way Home. Anyway, the reveal. Also, please, chat. I'm going to assume right now I'm going to spoil Arkham Knight. So if you haven't seen or played Arkham Knight and you want to... Oh, man, I'm getting bodied. Tell me now that you want me to not spoil it. 3, 2, 1. Carrot, what's your excuse? It's been a year. Watch No Way Home. Stop dilly-dallying. I'm doing other stuff. I got stuff to do. I got people to see. I mean, I've said it a bunch of times. I'm not an MCU fan. Have you read Spider-Man Beyond yet? If not, why? You know what I mean? Have you read all of Nick Spencer's Spider-Man Hero Champion? It's been out for a couple years. Fart. I knew I was gonna die. You want me to spoil it? Do it. Yeah, I've played Arkham Knight multiple times as well. I couldn't watch No Way Home. I was too busy playing Arkham Knight multiple times. Do we have new gear? So the twist in Arkham Knight is that the Arkham Knight, who is this villain who knows a lot about... it's actually very similar to Nick Spencer's Kindred. You know what I mean? It's a villain who has a secret identity, which is fun, and I wish they would do that more in stories, is have like a secret identity for the villain. Is Spider-Man Beyond the best comic book ever made? I haven't finished it yet. The answer to that is no, but I'm enjoying it a lot right now. I'm really enjoying Spider-Man Beyond. Just say his name. No, then it's not a fair comparison. Okay. I do not think if I watched No Way Home that I would think it was the best ever made. The game has been out for almost 8 years. That's true. That's very true. All right, so yeah, Arkham Knight is this character. He's a bad guy, and he knows all the secrets about Batman and Bruce Wayne. And it's cool. It's a cool little mystery. Again, it's hard not to think of the marketing, but divorcing it from the marketing, you know, the game builds it up. And throughout the game, you see kind of Batman's failings, you know, throughout the years, him kind of remembering it. And you see, you know, you learn about Jason Todd, the death of Jason Todd, his second Robin. And it's revealed towards the end of the game that the Arkham Knight, surprise, is Jason Todd. Now, the issue for me is, first of all, I wish that that was built up in a previous game, like Arkham City, rather than this game. And I almost wish that they did it more. I don't know. But it did feel very out of nowhere. It felt very random for me, even though there was Jason Todd stuff. But again, remember, I was playing the game, and when I saw the Jason Todd stuff, I was thinking about the developers talking about, like, oh, you've never seen this person before. And I'm like, okay, it can't be Jason Todd. Because we already know Jason Todd, and we've seen a story where he's a villain before. That's called Under the Red Hood, you know what I mean? And so you could argue that the Arkham Knight is adapting Under the Red Hood, but to me, because it's a different character and because the story is so different, it doesn't feel like it's adapting the story of Under the Red Hood. It just feels like it's taking the plot twist. Oh my gosh. And I just am not the biggest fan of that. I think they had a really cool opportunity to write a new story and to create a new character, and I would have preferred that they do that. And so that's really my biggest problem with Arkham Knight, more than anything else. And it's one of the issues that I will always have with the game, is that I hate the reveal that Jason Todd is the Arkham Knight. I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked because, you know, again, like, I was told that it wouldn't be Jason Todd. I don't remember this, but I think there's a chance, and this happened with Mjolnir. I mean, not Mjolnir. Jane Foster Thor as well. So it's not even DC specific, right? Jane Foster Thor, they said the same stuff about her. I think they might have even said that it wasn't Jane Foster specifically, and then it was Jane Foster. So, you know, it's not specific to DC, but it's something that I'm not a fan of. And obviously, I still love the game, right? Like, it doesn't harm the overall experience. But for me, I feel like they could have had a much better story with a different character. But obviously, you know, if you're playing the game later, beyond that controversy, even if, like, you know, you're not a, you know, you haven't read Under the Red Hood or watched Under the Red Hood, you know, it might not have the same impact. You know what I mean? So, totally understandable. But all that being said, if I was going to give a rating to Batman Arkham Knight, I'd probably give it like an 18 out of 20. I really like that game. I like that game quite a bit. I'd probably give that game a higher score than Insomniac Spider-Man. I like that game quite a lot. Yo, guys, look, it's a Red Hood rebranding. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's what it is. It's just, it's a different Red Hood story, and it's like, okay, I guess. You know what I mean? I mean, all right, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know. I also just, you know, it reminds me of, I forget what the name is, but in Infinity Wars, the comic, they built up, spoilers for this, by the way, I'm just gonna spoil this. Infinity Wars, the comics, which is the comic that tied in with Infinity Warps with a P, had this new character. I forget what their name was. It was like the Infinity somebody. It's gonna kill me if I don't know what this character's name is. Let me look them up. What is their name? Oh my gosh, why can't I find? Thank you. Wait, does this character not have a name? Is that why I don't know their name? What is their name? I want to know the name of this character, gosh darn it. And it's all MCU stuff showing up. Requiem. The character's name is Requiem. You know why nobody could just give me the name? We're talking about the comics. We're not talking about the movies. I was shocked when I saw the Joker in the Arkham Knight suit. First time I played Arkham Knight. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. Arkham Knight should have been about Andrew Tate. Yeah. All right, so Infinity Wars, the comic, not Infinity War, the movie. There is a character, and not Infinity War, the comic. We're talking about Infinity Wars with an S, the comic book. This was about a character named Requiem, who had this cool infinity goggles on, and they had a big sword, and it was like, who is Requiem? And it was all this advertising. And then it's revealed that it's Gamora. And it's like, ew, I don't want Gamora to be a villain right now. Because Lord knows she's not going to be a villain forever. And you just spend all this time introducing this character called, you know, Requiem, that they look so cool. And now we're never going to see them again because it's a hero that you're going to turn back into a hero. It is cool to do hero-villain stuff occasionally. It's cool to have that reveal occasionally. But having it so frequently is just so disappointing. I was so bummed out when Requiem was revealed to be Gamora. I was so bummed out when Jason Todd was revealed to be the Arkham Knight. The Arkham Knight was a great design, to be fair. Yeah, 100%. Great design. That's why it would have been cool. And Arkham Knight has been brought into the comics, to my knowledge. That's why it would have been cool to have a character that wasn't... that wasn't just Jason freaking Todd. We already have a cool Jason Todd character, darn it. And I would have been cool with it if it was like a new identity. Like, Requiem is almost better because at least it's like part of Gamora's ongoing story. But like, just telling a new story, I mean, again, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's just something I didn't like. And not Infinity Warps the comics. Technically, yes, Infinity Warps the comics. Infinity Wars with an S, not a Z, Matt. Infinity Wars, in the middle of Infinity Wars, is Infinity Warps with a P. It's who could he be? I'm not saying this would have been a good twist, but there was a moment during the game that I thought it was Alfred. And again, you have to remember, I was ignoring all Jason Todd hints because I was told it wasn't Jason Todd. You know what I mean? So I was like, what if it's Alfred? You know what I mean? I want the hooded Mysterio Sano killer again. What was I? Oh yeah, Infinity Warps takes place in the middle. I think Gamora gets all the Infinity Stones. Or sorry, Requiem. Dang it. And then she folds the universe in half, which combines everybody. Very cool idea. I love that idea. I liked it okay. Looking at it as just its own game. Yeah, exactly. Like, the biggest criticism I can give it as just its own game is I wish that they built up Jason Todd previously in the other games. You know, they did so much legwork with, Tim in the previous game, right? And what's it called? And Dick in the previous game. Like, I wish they had done more work to establish that Jason, you know, was a big part of this world and what his role was in this world. You know what I mean? That's my biggest criticism. But other than that, you know, I think, obviously, again, I think the game is fine other than that. I love the game. You know, I'll give it a 17 out of 20 just because I got so angry about the Arkham Knight. But I still love the game. I still think it's an incredible game. Some insane stuff happens in comics. Geez. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, she folds the universe in half, which, like, what does that mean? But yeah, the entire universe folds, and because it's folding, every person is combined. So all of the souls, every person in the Marvel universe is combined. And so, for example, we got Moon Knight combined with Spider-Man, which I think was the Arachnite. We got Captain America combined with Doctor Strange, which was the Soldier Supreme, right? We got Scarlet Witch combined with X-23, which was Weapon Hex. Really fun little idea. And there were less, like, you know, interesting versions of that as well. I loved that idea. I thought it was so cool. But obviously it's crazy. It's over the top. But that's why I read comic books. You know what I mean? I like the ideas that are super, super over the top. Wolverine and who? I could be wrong, but Logan was dead at the time. So, or presumed dead at the time. So he did not get a combination, unfortunately. Pregnant Joker. That should happen in the MCU in the far distant future. Oh, definitely. I think that would be awesome. It's such a cool idea. It's such a fun way. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of those Blender characters, but it's such a cool, you know, idea. You know, technically, outside of Infinity Warps, we have Weapon H, who you can kind of look at as a Wolverine, you know, Infinity Warps character. That's combining, you know, Hulk and Wolverine. But yeah, it was a cool idea. So that happens, it creates this, like, new pocket universe, which is a kind of a trend in the, you know, Marvel comics, is like, uh-oh, we created a new universe temporarily that we need to escape from. It's like do a drinking game. You know, if you read Marvel comics, it happens so often. Arachnite is so dope. Oh, 100%. And guess who? I don't know if they designed it, but guess who illustrated it? That was my boy Humberto Ramos. Let's go. Oh yes, Gamora's dead in the MCU. But to be fair, you know, they could just have a different character do it. And that's what I would prefer, because I don't like that. To be fair to Infinity Wars, I like the explanation. Like, Gamora's reason for collecting the Infinity Stones and her reason for everything that she does, I actually think is pretty cool. I just didn't like... I just would prefer to get a new villain rather than making a villain a hero. You know, I mean, making a villain a hero. You know what I mean? So I actually think she's written pretty well. I don't know about written pretty well, but I like the story that they give her. So is everybody in the universe fused with somebody else, or just the heroes with each other? No. It's everybody in the universe is fused with somebody else. I can't... Every single person, whether they're a superhero or not, is combined with another person. So some heroes are combined with just totally random people, right? Some heroes are combined with villains. I think if I remember correctly, I think there are some exceptions. I think. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've read it. I think Kamala Khan, I think Loki. Oh no, you know what it is? I think Loki is the exception, and he starts freeing people. And they're the ones who, like, undo all of the issues. She sounds more powerful than freaking Galactus. I mean, I think she just did something different with the stones. You know what I mean? And you know what's crazy is after that event, and I don't know how this ended, because I wasn't able to keep up with the books after that. But Infinity Wars ended, and the stones were remade in people. Like, people were the Infinity Stones. So, like, I think it was the Infinity Wars Omega issue. It was revealed some random guy in prison woke up and had an Infinity Stone inside of him. Like, he was the Infinity Stone for time. And so it was like, now the Infinity Stones have changed. Who are the other Infinity Stones? I have no idea how that story ended. I don't know if they've finished it or if they straight up just haven't touched it, but it was such a cool idea, in my opinion. So everybody in the... Oh, no, I read that already. What if Monica and also Monica got fused? That'd be quite the fusion. Quite a beautiful fusion for the two of them. Somebody dropped a link. On the cliffside dropped a link. Just send me a fun little panel from Reddit. That's cool. That's fun. I want to get back into reading Superman. I've been very behind on my Superman reading. Did Mantis fuse with anybody? I don't know off the top of my head. It's possible Mantis wasn't really around back then. Like, she was around, but I don't think that she was as active in the comics, so she didn't, like, show up. You know what I mean? I think now she's probably more active because of the movie, but I think at the time she had gotten, like, a splash page in Guardians, and that was it for Mantis. Like, she wasn't around as much. But she, in theory, she was fused with somebody else. We just didn't know, you know what I mean? Everybody got fused with somebody. We just didn't know who if they didn't show up on the page. Superman comics. I had to stop buying Superman comics because during COVID, we've talked a lot about a lot of stuff this stream. During COVID, DC and Marvel both had a lot of, like, failings, you know what I mean? Made a lot of mistakes in terms of distribution. And because of that, to my knowledge, DC started distributing their comics with somebody else. And from what I know, talking to my comic shop at the time, they couldn't afford buying from that new distributor. And so a lot of comic shops just stopped carrying DC, which is crazy. You know what I mean? They would carry Marvel, but they just stopped carrying DC. And so I had to stop getting DC comics because I didn't have any other way of picking them up anywhere nearby because I was staying at home. There are services that will mail them to you, but I don't think I had that available to me for whatever reason. But so I stopped reading DC comics for a while. But then when I moved to my new place, I still order my comics from my old place because you got to stay loyal, right? She ships them out to me every couple months. All my Spider-Man stuff comes from her. But this new place that I go to, that's near my place, has DC. And so I started picking up Superman again. And I also, found a bunch of thrift stores nearby, and I've been buying a lot of Superman back issues. And, it's really easy for me to read Marvel at the moment because I have Marvel Unlimited and I have my Marvel, library. But like I mentioned, Comixology sucks. And so reading digital comics through Comixology is like pulling my hair out. But that being said, I do want to read more Superman again. I really don't care what Superman. I just want to read Superman again. I miss reading Superman. I'd like to read the new stuff. But again, I'm missing a lot of issues. And, I wish DC had like a Marvel Unlimited because then it would be easier for me to catch up with Superman. But that's like the next thing that I want to do. I've been catching up with Spider-Man comics and having a great time reading. But the next thing I want to do is catch up with Superman comics or just start reading Superman again in general. I love Superman. He's one of my favorite superheroes. So, wait. Mantis fused with also Mantis. And then Cliffside says, Mantis actually got fused with also Monica. Oh. They do have their own Marvel Unlimited, do they? I know they did for a little bit with the DC All Access, right? But I thought that was gone. If they have that, I would love to subscribe. She became Also Mantis. Never forget the character of Also Mantis. Also Monica. There's an Also Carrot. And he has lore. He actually has an eye patch. Although I don't know if I can find the eye patch right now. But that'll get revealed someday. I don't know when, but someday. It's called DC Universe Infinite. Let me look into it really quick. Thank you for letting me know. I genuinely did not know that that existed. Let's go to the Helicarrier really quickly. I don't know why. Let's just go. I wish it was more detailed with what I get, though. It does look like that's what it is.
There are 4 of these locations situated in different regions around the world. The Chimera, Shield Substation 0.
Whoa, read new digital comics 1 month after release? Bro, chill. And they have a free section? Yo, thank you for showing me this. I'm excited to check this out. I genuinely did not know that this existed. I knew that they had did something. I thought it ended when, you know, the DC Universe Online stuff ended. Homies helping homies. Ugh, did you see that? Did you see the creature? Oh my gosh, that was horrifying. Ugh, I wish you saw it more clearly. An eye patch, that's cool. You guys should fuse and become Carrot Supreme. I also Carrot has some evil scheme, and I don't wanna fuse with them. DC Unlimited was a really good idea, bundling everything into one place, but it was really marketed horribly. Maybe do the free trial. I definitely will do the free trial. I'm curious because again, Marvel Unlimited. I've had a subscription for a while now. Again, even when I bought comics like week by week, I would still keep Marvel Unlimited because it was so helpful. You know, if I was missing an issue or if I wanted to read a back issue, it's so helpful to just have. But it was very clear, like, you can read this many comics. We have over 25,000 comics in our library, ranging from this to that. Whereas I'm trying to, like, get more information on the DC Infinite website, and it's just not giving it to me as clearly. You know what I mean? They're like, read a lot of comics. Get Ultra to read more. And I'm like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? What comics are behind an additional paywall? They even have a book club where you can talk about DC Comics with other people on DC Universe Infinite. I didn't know that. That's so cool. I love that. I love book club. We've done Carrot Book Club before. I would love to do that again, and I'd love to participate in that. That's awesome. I am stoked. Can we afford anything here? Oh, that would be awesome if we could afford some stuff. No, we are severely... Ooh. But if we save up... Maybe this should be our goal. My goal is to get this skin tonight. This is my goal. Is to get this skin somehow. We gotta open as many boxes as we can. This is kind of random. But let's go back. Back to the past, Samurai Jack. I wanted to read a review for the Stadia controller. Because this is the Stadia stream, after all. There's only 5 reviews, and they're all 5 stars. I don't know if I trust these. First person says, great Stadia controller. Feels more like more of an Xbox controller. Pro. Very good grip. That's cool to know. Oh, that was it. That's the only written review. So weird. I was excited. Hold up. The case for the Stadia has like 800 reviews, but the Stadia controller only has 5? That doesn't seem right to me. Maybe I'm not going to find it after all. All right, everybody. I think I'm going to go use the bathroom really quickly. I'm going to go have a snack, have something to drink. And then when I return, we will play some more. Let me find out really quickly when Stadia goes offline. Let's see. 11 p.m. EST is what? PT. I do this all the time. What am I not getting right now? What am I not understanding? Oh, okay. I see. Wait, so how about 1 a.m.? So it's 1 a.m. now for me. So we have 2 hours. So we do have 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3. So I have to stay up until 3? I don't want to stay up till 3. I mean, most people just got the controller, either the Stadia. Yeah, I guess. I gotta go to sleep. See you later, Carrot. See you later. Thanks for stopping by, Silver Centurion. We're so close. I don't want to... I just want to know what it's like. I want to know what it's like to get kicked off of Stadia. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is it worth it? Is it worth it, chat, to get kicked off of Stadia? Also, I want to get the most out of my Avengers game. You know what I mean? It is 3 where you are. It is 1 where I am. I hate time zones. I hate time zones so much. Time zones are evil. All right, I'm going to take a short break. If it's a little long, I apologize, but I'm going to try to be quick. Yes, it is worth it. Okay, so I'll try to stay up. I'll be right back, everybody. When I return, we'll continue playing Marvin's Adventures on Stadia. Marvin's Adventures, the Stadia Saga. A legendary saga. It better be cool. It better not be like, I've heard stories that like Halo 2 was online for years. The online for Halo 2 was online for years. And there was like one person keeping it alive for years, or maybe not years, but for a while. And eventually they just kicked that person off. According to memory, from what I heard about that story. And I hope that it just kicks me off. I hope that I don't have to, because then I'll feel like obligated to keep playing if it like doesn't kick me. Can you imagine? If like it turns, 12 PT and then I'm not, like they don't take me off of the server. Like that would be crazy. It'd be quite the adventurous time. It's worth it. 11 where you are. It's 12 where you are. All right, so we'll try. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling up. We'll try. I'll be right back, everybody. I am going to go take a break. When I return, we'll play some more. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I like that I came back basically at the same time I did during the last break. Because the timer started. Quick spam redeems. No, I put an end to that. No spamming in my chat. But hey, you got some of my emojis, my emoticons, my emotes. Gosh, why can't I call it what it is? You get to use Carrot Girl. One of the coolest characters in the Carrotverse. I brought down with me into the bunker this this fat-free. I'm the spam police, of course. It's my chat. Of course I'm gonna be the spam police. You keep saying spam, and I'm like, spam. I love spam. All right. Look at this. Do you know what this is? This is Avengers fat-free hot chocolate powder. And I'm kind of at a loss. So there's a story behind this. My brother-in-law gave me this. They saw that, you know, it said Avengers, and they're like, oh, I know somebody who knows this. They knew I would find it funny, and I do indeed find this funny. Who is this for? Is this... It's fat-free hot chocolate. I assume they found it like someplace, like they were out someplace and they found this, right? But like, what is this for? Is this supposed to make me, an Avengers fan, have fat-free hot chocolate? Is this supposed to get hot chocolate havers to check out Avengers? What is the purpose of this, is my question. You know? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm very confused by that whole exchange, I suppose. Answers in the chat if you know why this might be the case. What if you have any theories on why they might have done that? All right. We should read some Stadia reviews. That's what we should do. But first, let's play something. I kind of want to get back to the story. I mean, we probably won't finish the story, but let's play a mission really quickly.
Not to your taste?
And then I want to read some Stadia reviews. Oh my gosh, chill with the...
Now, let's talk about making the most of your hero roster. Unless a specific hero is...
Yeah, I don't understand the concept of what is happening right now. I can't run. What is this? Do you see this? What is this bug? That is a very silly, weird bug. Whoa. Oh wait, I know what it is. It wasn't a bug, it was my mouse. Remember I said my mouse like moves around? You're watching How I Met Your Mother and eating berry pie? That's cool. Are you watching How I Met Your Mother while you watch me? Not that I'm saying stop watching either. I'm just curious. Quick question. Is Winter Soldier in this version? Yes, he is. Every character is in each version except for Spider-Man. Spider-Man's the only character that's exclusive. Let's do a quick mission. And then we will read some Stadia reviews if we can find them. And then we will head someplace else. We have been in the Eastern Seaboard all night. But I guess that's like where you're supposed to stomp around when your level is low. Oh, we did just do a Stark Realities. We can do Thor's iconic mission. Let's do that. Why not? Why not? It's disabled. That was because people were spamming it earlier. The redeem a character. I'll enable it in a little bit. Sorry about that. People. Various people in chat. Yeah, here. This is the full roster that we have on Stadia. We have everybody except for Spider-Man. Let's bring both Thors with us. Let's bring Bucky with us. Why don't we? You know. Hey, what's up, Chuck? Haven't played since before they added Winter Soldier. What did you think of the game back then? If you're new to the channel, we play pretty regularly. I play a lot of superhero games, but definitely play a lot of Marvel's Avengers. And I'm pretty positive on the game. I like the game quite a bit. But I definitely think it should, if it's a live service game, have more content more frequently. But the game that we do have, I like quite a bit. Tonight, though, we are playing on Stadia because Stadia is being shut off in like 2 hours. Hour and a half, actually. It's being shut off in an hour and a half. And I'm curious what's going to happen. So we're honoring the end of the Stadia by playing some Marvel's Avengers. I typically play on PlayStation, so all of my characters on Stadia are fresh. They're from the beginning, you know? You love the game and still do it, and you're not new here. Just been away for a while, bud. Sorry about that. Sorry I didn't recognize you. But I hope you've been doing well, and I love the game as well. I still do the I still do this thing. It's sucky Spider-Man is PlayStation exclusive. I'm sorry. You still think it's sucky that Spider-Man is PlayStation exclusive. I mean, yeah, I agree. I wish everybody had the opportunity to play as Spider-Man. I agree 100%. I just don't think that Avengers is unique in having like an exclusive, you know, exclusive content depending on the console you play on, you know what I mean? But I agree. I wish everybody had Spider-Man. I thought Stadia was selling well, but I guess not. I mean, I don't know. Again, like, thinking back on it, people made fun of the Stadia a lot. Like, I saw a lot of jokes about Stadia. Where am I going? About the Stadia. But, you know, playing it tonight, it plays really well. Like, I play on PlayStation 5 all the time, and this is doing pretty freaking well right now. Occasionally there's a hiccup. There's a little bit of delay, but it's not bad. And it's really convenient. All you need is a browser. And some people don't have the money or the... talk about the money, right? Like, it saves you a lot of money. You don't have to buy a console. You can just buy a $9 a month subscription to Stadia. I don't know why it didn't take off. I mean, I guess because other stuff did. But it's... I don't know. It's pretty surprising, in my opinion. I had 2 bugs already. I had 1 bug. The second bug... If you're talking about what I think you are, that was my mouse. That wasn't the game. Its launch was awful. That makes sense. You don't blame the Avengers team by any means. You blame Square or Sony more. My interpretation of Spider-Man being exclusive. Now, a lot of people were like, "Oh, they don't have the rights to Spider-Man." That's just not the case. Like. Sony has the movie rights to Spider-Man, not the video game rights. However, I think there's a reason why Sony bought, you know, Sony bought the exclusivity for Marvel's Spider-Man, right? You know, my very limited understanding of it is they paid for a Spider-Man game to be made, and they would give funding to Marvel as long as it was an exclusive game. They probably gave Marvel more money to make an exclusive game. The thing is, that paid off for Sony because it was a really well-received game, and it made PlayStation more appealing as a result, you know? The thing is, it reinforced that idea that Sony has the exclusive rights to Spider-Man, which they don't. They have it for that game, but not Spider-Man in general. And the same reason why people were confused that like Avengers couldn't use Spider-Man because Sony owned him was probably why, in my opinion, they made an offer to Crystal or to Square Enix, probably Square Enix, that they decided to accept. You know what I mean? I have a feeling that Sony wanted people to... They wanted to increase the confusion around that and make Spider-Man and Sony more synonymous. You know what I mean? So that's always been my interpretation of that situation. Fun fact, Spider-Man PS4 was going to be on Xbox exclusive first. Really? I didn't know that. Is that true? Microsoft turned it down? Oh, I see. I feel like Microsoft has made a ton of goofy decisions like that when it comes to video games. Where I'm just like, what are you doing? Also, Google kind of showed by the time it was released that Stadia wasn't exactly what it was supposed to be. See, that's another, like, what we were talking about with Arkham Knight, right? Like, I'm playing Stadia now at the end of its life cycle, so I'm seeing it in a much better state. But when it was released, it's, you know, I'm clearly not aware of a lot of the stuff that happened, so it affects my opinion. So, good example of that. Also, I don't think we will get a Spider-Man game on Xbox ever. I don't think that's true. I mean, technically, Midnight Suns is a Spider-Man game, right? Spider-Man's in the game. But also, like... wasn't Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 on Xbox? I feel like that was the case. Could be wrong, could be wrong. There's a good amount of loot in this mission. Surprised. Did not expect this to be such a loot-heavy mission. Just cleaning house. Don't mind me. Oh, do we still have a... I forgot to check. Our consumable? Hey. Anyone play Dragon Ball, or played Dragon Ball Kakarot? No, I have not. You meant Insomniac's games? Yeah, I guess you're right. Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 were on Xbox. Good boy, Carrot, you knew that. I didn't know that for sure. I was just asking to make sure. Sorry I put so much stank on that sentence. I didn't mean to. I didn't know that. I don't know why I said it like that. I love those games. Those two games are two of my favorite Spider-Man games. I think that they are great. I think that they are great, and I think that people... I mean, they're not perfect, but I think that people hated on them just because they were movie games. You know what I mean? Do I have anybody who can destroy this? Okay, good. We have Thor. Get him. Yeah, I mean, like, this is... I'm playing in a browser. Like, that's crazy right now. You know what I mean? So what it's working, and if this was what was advertised, that's awesome. If they advertised something else and didn't deliver, that's a different story. Let's go, Tony.
This cult was clearly part of AIM before diverging from their core tenet of science above all else.
Remember, I've had this one earring in this whole time. And I didn't take it out. Should have done that on the break. You want to play the Amazing Spider-Man 2 game, but you only have it online for ridiculously. You've only found it online for ridiculously high prices. That sucks. It's available on Steam. You could always play it on Steam if you if that's available to you. Is that a rare game now? I still have my copy. I had it on Wii U, and I got a free ticket to go see the movie. From that, and I used it. I was so excited for the Amazing Spider-Man 2. Want to play Amazing Spider-Man 2 game? Oh no, I read that already. You're talking about like $90 to hire. That sucks. That's still a lot for like a contemporary game. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, it's a good game. I like that game quite a bit. You want to play the Amazing Spider-Man games? I like them a lot. And here's the thing. When Insomniac Spider-Man came out, I remember the trailer coming out and just not being like super impressed by it, and everybody being impressed. And I was like, why? And in my opinion, it had more to do with the developer rather than what they saw, because it was the developer and it was marketing. Because in my opinion, Insomniac Spider-Man is very similar to the Amazing Spider-Man games when it comes to combat and when it comes to like a lot of their systems. I look at the Amazing Spider-Man games as somewhat of a stepping stone. And they were fun games. They were good games. They had their issues. They had their problems. But I enjoyed them. The combat reminds me a lot of Insomniac Spider-Man. And I like that their story diverts from the movies a little bit. They really get creative with their own story. And there's some silly moments. Like one of the silliest moments in the first Amazing Spider-Man game is Peter and Gwen kissing each other, because there's no Peter Parker model in the game, and so they just kiss, like masked Peter kisses Gwen, and it's hilarious. And I mean, whatever. Like there are little moments like that, but overall, I think it's an interesting story, some fun lore. It was cool. They went in some new places, and the gameplay is a lot of fun. Most of all, swinging works well. I think people overhated those games. And that first Amazing Spider-Man game is part of the reason why I'm a big Spider-Man fan. I was so on the hype train back then that I was like, I need more Spider-Man stuff. And I was like, you know what? I should read the comics. And so I started picking up whatever comics I could. I did a job. I worked at a con for a comic shop that's big in New York. And they gave me like, you know, store credit or whatever, and I just bought all the Spider-Man comics I could. I bought a History of Spider-Man book that I have to this day, and I just started educating myself on Spider-Man. I was going to college at the time, and I remember between classes, like, being like, oh, whatever happened to that guy who wore the hoodie? I remember seeing that guy when I was a kid. Whatever happened to him? And, like, finding out who Ben Reilly was and Scarlet Spider were, and really diving deep into Spider-Man comics, all because I wanted to get hyped for this Spider-Man game, you know? And that's what started me on being more into Spider-Man and Marvel and comics. You know, I was into Spider-Man before, I was into comics before, but that was really what solidified me as, like, a comic book fan over somebody who's just like, oh, yeah, I read comics sometimes, or, yeah, I love Spider-Man, he's cool. Like, suddenly that became a big part of who I was the hype for that game. Chill. Peter and Uncle Ben kiss? Did I say that? No, I meant Gwen. Peter and Gwen. Peter and Uncle Gwen. I was Spider-Man. I was a Spider-Man fan since Ultimate Spider-Man. That was the first Spider-Man game. Huh? Oh, that was your first Spider-Man game. Got it. Ultimate Spider-Man. That's a fun one. That's a throwback. Yeah, I mean, I always liked Spider-Man. I was really into the animated series. I loved the Spider-Man 2 game on the DS. I crushed that game. That game I played into the ground. It was incredible. And like I said, like, there were Marvel comics in my house growing up. There was a stack in my attic. Maybe I didn't say that specifically, but That was where I like saw Ben Reilly, you know, for the first time, and Carnage for the first time. I saw those really young. Those are some of the first, if not the first comics I ever saw. They were just in my attic. And I would look through them. I couldn't read at the time, but I would just flip through them. And, you know, again, those characters really informed the characters that I would be into in the future. Behold, Loki. We will never get a conclusion to this story. Or will we? If Sam Raimi never made the Spider-Man movies, I wouldn't be a Spider-Man fan. Yeah, that's true too. And I loved the Spider-Man movies growing up as well. Alright, where am I? Did I skip some stuff back there? I hope I didn't. Yeah, I mean, again, it's big when these kind of movies and these shows come out. They really do have big, profound effects on our lives. It's fun. It's interesting. And it's wild to me that, like at this point, I think it's been either, like, 10 years or over 10 years since I started reading comics, like, weekly and monthly. You know what I mean? And back then, feeling like, you know, I wasn't good enough, right? Like, I was like, oh, I'm not a real comic book fan because I haven't been reading long enough. You know, meanwhile, like, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, of course I'm a real fan. I just like the character. That's all you need to be a real fan. You know what I mean? And now it's been so long, and I still feel that way sometimes. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, oh, I'm not a real Spider-Man fan. I suck. It sucks. You don't like how short the Ultimate Spider-Man game is? I didn't know it was that short. Carrot Scraps, you're not a real fan. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Level 10. So let's go into our skill tree. Uh, 10 more seconds. Let's go. Let's add to our melee. Without the Iron Man movie, I would be but a shell of a man. I think that's true for a lot of people too, you know? It's wild how, like, one piece of media changes your life forever, you know? I remember going to see Iron Man 2 and that being, like, a really special day. It was just a nice day with a friend of mine. Like, we just went to go see Iron Man 2. We were really excited. It was raining. It's a very vivid memory I have. Little did I know I would be seeing Elon Musk for the first time. Maybe. I don't know if I saw him before that. So despite Iron Man not being one of my top characters, I'll always have a special place in my heart for him. For sure. I get that. You'd love to see a Venom game? When focusing on main objectives, Ultimate Spider-Man is about 5 hours in length. I don't have a problem with games that are that short. You know what I mean? But I understand why you would want it to be longer, 100%. Oh, I wanted to read Stadia reviews. That's what I wanted to do. Let's take a look. A book look. Let's look at some of these other... Oh, you know what? We should do shipments. Do you think we should do shipments instead? Wow, I have, like, no shipments on this account. And they only cost 50? I guess we should do shipments, right? We'll get tons of stuff. Venom game would be awesome. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe the new Insomniac game is a Venom game. Brrr. Stadia review. All these reviews are from 2022. Why am I only getting 2022 review? I want an early review. I want a fresh review. Do I want an IGN review? Doctor Strange game would be cool. I agree. Y'all already know what game I want. I want a Dark Souls style Thor game. Or a Punisher first-person shooter. Or a Fantastic Four, like character switch game. I wanted like user reviews. I wanted to hear what the people thought, but I'm only getting these kind of reviews. Unless you mean they announced one, which they said is a multiplayer game. No. I just meant that Venom is going to be in Spider-Man 2. All right, let's see what IGN has to say. All right, IGN. Don't let us down. Here we go. Wait, 2021? No. How about, what did it say, 2018? Here we go, launch review. This is from Ars Technica? Written by Kyle Orland. Google Stadia launch review. Gaming's future looks rough in the present. Oh, and they have a box. I want a Stadia controller so badly. Just to say I have one. We're going to have to make this text way larger. Streaming is the future of gaming. You can ask practically anyone, as long as that anyone is involved in selling games. Ooh, shade. Ask Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO Jim Ryan, who said in May, the streaming era is upon us. Convenient for him, since Sony has been streaming games since 2014. Ask Microsoft, which is testing streaming through xCloud service and plans to add the feature to its regular game offerings next year. Ask the CEOs of Ubisoft and Activision, both of whom seem to think traditional game downloads and discs will be a thing of the past in a few years' time. When was this published? This was published on November 18th, 2019. Now, to me, people insisting that this is, if you're selling like video game streaming is like gonna replace buying a disc or digital, to me that's scary, because you're selling me a less permanent copy. Now suddenly, you know, if Nintendo sells me Donkey Kong Country 64, right? Or sorry, Donkey Kong 64 on the N64 in the 90s, they probably didn't account for the fact that so many people would keep their copies in the future. Now, if they sold me a streaming copy in the 90s, and then they turned off the service, then I'm not able to play it anymore, because I don't actually own it. I'm just streaming it somewhere else, and then they can resell it to me later. That's the kind of future of streaming that scares me, you know? To me, that is frightening. To me, I don't like that. Yes, I do love Miles Morales. Stop spreading hate, lies in the chat. Not sure if Venom will be playable in Spider-Man 2. Yeah, I mean, probably not, but he'll probably be a big part of it, you know? Avengers Tropical Freeze. I love Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze is one of my favorite games ever. I'm making a video kind of about that. All right, continuing. You should definitely ask Google, which since March has been telling anyone who will listen that streaming is the future of gaming and that Stadia is the future of game streaming. But with Stadia serving a service going live from, for some pre-order customers today, a better question might be whether streaming is the present of gaming or not. More specifically, is Stadia a robust enough product to convince players they can leave behind the comfort and safety of gaming running on local hardware in favor of games running on powerful remote servers? After trying the service for a week through a pre-release reviewer program, the answer is decidedly no. As it stands at launch, Stadia is too limited and too unreliable, with too little advantage to justify giving up on the established way of delivering and playing games. While there are some interesting fringe benefits to gaming life in the Stadia's cloud and potential for more in the future, today those benefits are not worth the headache and risks associated with the transition to Google's platform. Google has been relatively upfront about bandwidth required to get quality Stadia streaming experience in your home. I don't need to get into that because I'm not talking about that. But getting a good experience with Stadia depends on more than bandwidth. In a week's worth of testing, the Stadia stream quality seemed to vary widely based on the mysterious vagaries of our home networking. Is that really vagaries? I've never heard that. When running on a wired Ethernet connection, Stadia just about performed as advertised. That seems smooth, frame rates that generally hold a 60 frame per second, and controls that felt largely indistinguishable from those on local hardware, even with the Stadia controller connected directly to the router via Wi-Fi. Why would the Stadia controller be connected to the Wi-Fi? While there was likely some additional input lag over local play, in Ethernet tests, it wasn't enough to be noticeable to the naked eye, even for twitchy shooters and fighting games. Playing with friends online was similarly smooth with no significant lag over a wired connection, though we weren't, they're talking about wired to the router, I mean. It's my bad. We weren't able to test out online voice communications during the pre-release period. Let's read their final verdict here. Although there is a lot here. Maybe we should. I don't know. This is a very comprehensive. I recommend you check this out. All right, so let's read the good. They split it up. This is a very well-written article. The good. Over a wired Ethernet connection, streaming feels a lot like local play. Stadia controller is a solid and well-built device. 4K streams on Chromecast look very sharp under ideal internet conditions. Starting games without the need for a download is pretty neat. The bad. Wi-Fi performance can be extremely inconsistent. Chrome browser streams are limited to 1080p for now and look worse than similar resolution running locally. A vast array of missing and coming soon features. Upfront monthly costs don't provide much savings over a console, which can be an in-home streaming. That is true, is over time you'll spend more on Stadia. I didn't really think about that. The ugly. The prospect of paying full price for games that only last as long as Google supports the service. That is very true as well. I didn't even think about that. I bought this very cheap, like Avengers very cheap, and I think I got Stadia for very cheap as well to buy it. So that is very true. Spending full price on a game that you're only going to play on a streaming service, yeah. The verdict. Early adopters feel like they're getting a beta product here. Wait until next year to see if Google can work out the kinks and provide the services longevity. And of course, now we know that it did not. It's 2050 and Marvel's Avengers is still a thing. And She-Hulk finally came out after years when Winter Soldier came out. That is very funny. All right, let's open some shipments. I feel like that's the best use of my credits right now. We have a better chance of getting skins for cheap. And we could, and at 50, I didn't know they were that low. I thought they would drop to 250. I didn't know they dropped to 50. You're going to hear a lot of redeeming. We're getting nameplates. This is awesome. See, shipments, I feel like I never really got the new Captain America skin. I never got the full benefit of the shipment system in Avengers. But definitely new players, and when you're starting from the beginning, there we go. We just got a new Iron Man skin. That's like where the shipment system really helps and really works out, you know? Now this makes me want to play as Cap. Maybe we should play as Cap. And a Kamala skin that we can use in the campaign. Let's go. This was definitely the smart decision. I'm using that big brain. So yeah, clearly, like other stuff we talk about, you know, video games, etc. Stadia, unfortunately, was something different at launch. And luckily became something better over time. I definitely see the benefit of Stadia, but I personally don't like the idea of spending full price on a game that I can only access on a server. On Google's servers, you know? I feel like it would have been smarter to earn trust with, you know, the people engaging with your service, to just take the price down like by $20, you know what I mean? 25% maybe. Just a little bit to be like, you know, we know it's a little odd picking up the games like this. You still have to pay for them, but it's less than retail price. Really give, you know, a good option. Here we go. Here's our new skin. I don't... Ooh, this is pretty cool. I actually don't have Top Brass on my main account. The auction follows Twitter slashing its workplace, as well as the company falling behind on the... I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's switch to this. Let's change our nameplate, because now we have new nameplates. I'm going to take this one. This is one of my favorite nameplates. And let's change the skins of our other people, why don't we? Twitter can't pay its rent, basically. The company's broke. Is that true? Hey, Guardian skins looking pretty good. If that is true, that is wild. I'd be curious to read more about that. Got a lot of Kate Bishop nameplates. Let's do this one. Kamala. Let's jump back to the story for a little bit, right? Just, I don't know, using the cosmetics I just got. What should we do, chat? Should we go back to story, or should we, do another mission? Cool nameplate for Hulk. I don't think I got any other skins. I think these are it. You know, I kind of do want to play as Black Panther. See, but that's the issue, though. So we gotta level up one character. I have a desire to want to play as my, like, fully leveled up characters. Let's stick with Tony for now. Let's do a drop zone so we can check out our new skin, and then we will play a little bit more of the story. We're definitely gonna celebrate what's it called? Oh, this Shield faction mission. I used to play this mission all the time, and I guess it stopped reoccurring. That used to be a mission that I would hit up constantly. What was I gonna say? I forget.
Okay, Commander. How can we help?
Perfect timing.
Oh yeah, the death of Stadia. That's a new Carrot Scraps holiday. We're gonna celebrate that every year. We have to. We have to honor the memory of Stadia. We are an hour away from Stadia's death, I believe. Right? It's 2 a.m. for me right now. Yeah, I guess we're 59 minutes away. So this is the final countdown. We must celebrate, yes. And then the other... this feels less interesting to celebrate now that we have the Stadia holiday. But we also had the death of Twitter. Do you remember when Twitter died? Quote unquote. And everybody was convinced that it was going down. I feel like I want to celebrate that every year too.
You'll be the first wave. My agents will follow and secure the base as you make your way through.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so you're saying breaking Twitter's Q4 2022 revenue fell 35% to $1 billion. It hopes to generate $732 million in Q1 of 2023. I wouldn't be surprised if part of that had to do with the fact that, like, advertisers left, you know? And again, I have no idea what's going on at Twitter, right? Like, Elon is always, like, tweeting out, wow, Twitter usage is at an all-time high. He's trying to convince somebody of something. Can't believe Twitter usage is at the highest high it's ever been. Like, it's I swear, he tweets that, like, every other day. Wow, everybody's using Twitter right now. It's like, okay, I get it, yeah. He just really wants people to know that people are using the website. He's so funny. He is kind of an idiot. I don't want to be rude to Elon and call him an idiot, but he makes a lot of idiot decisions. I'll put it like that. That's the nicest I can put. A lot of foolish decisions. How about that? You can call him an idiot. I will not say the word idiot. I take it back. I'm sorry, Elon. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, was there only one of these? Oh, wow. Okay. You make foolish decisions. He's so interesting. Because, like, everything he does is so funny and awful at the same time. Again, that thing where, like, he just tweets out, like, Twitter is at an all-time high. Like, what does that even... Oh, you know what else he tweets? He's like, Twitter should be running faster now. Like, he does that a lot, where he's like, we made some tweaks behind the scenes. You should be noticing a much faster Twitter. It's like, does anybody... has anybody... I don't know. I use Twitter a lot. Is there ever, like, a point when anyone else is like, oh, man, Twitter's too slow right now? What is he talking about? What speed increase is he speaking of? Has anybody else noticed that? Like, that doesn't make any... I don't know. Maybe there's something that I don't know, but he's tweeted that a couple times where he's just like, Twitter should be faster right now. It just feels like, again, it feels like somebody like working retail, like making something up to tell their boss that they're doing something. You know what I mean? Twitter is the #1 news outlet in the country. I don't know if it is a news outlet. And it's more like a news, like, community. A news outlet is like, again, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, a news outlet is like ABC or CNN or, you know, something like that. Twitter is not the outlet. It's more so the vehicle. It's like, you wouldn't say television is a news outlet, right? Like, I don't think anyway. But I could be wrong. Oh, that's what he always says? Yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing. People get their news through Twitter, absolutely. Like, it's a really good way to get news. It's like the fastest way to get news, right? But you're not getting news from Twitter. You're getting news from people on Twitter. And I think that's the thing that Elon, like, seems to not get. Is, like, charging people to be on the website, you know, is defeating the purpose. The whole point of the website is people, is the people. Charging them to be there is counterproductive. You want them there. Elon wants people to use his website. So why would he charge them? What is he offering to these people? You know what I mean? That wasn't already there or doesn't already exist on other platforms. Making some tweaks behind the scenes. Twitter should be faster, I think you'll find. Should be a much faster Twitter. Yeah, my notifications on Twitter are broken. You don't get them anymore. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. That was a sweet dodge. Yo, I'm gonna have a fat sleep after this. It's gonna be so dope. Sorry I tried to punch you, Tony. I kind of want to take a photo. Kind of want to do some photo mode stuff with Iron Man. Let's try it. Because I don't have this skin. This is a cool one. I miss the recolors so much. Obviously, I'm happy that they're doing more than just recolors now. You know, that they're taking inspiration from comic book history to make these skins, and they're gorgeous. Like, they really, really are. But I do miss recolors. I wish that they didn't get rid of them, but instead, you know, had a focus on more than just recolors. You know what I mean? For a while, it was only recolors, and that wasn't the best strategy, right? Like, people didn't all love that. Hopefully it doesn't get my mouse. Actually, Twitter is much slower than it was before. I love that. Is anybody noticing that the speed of Twitter is much faster? Elon, fix the speed of my Twitter. I need Twitter to go faster. I need to find out. I don't know. I need to see humans without context faster, Elon. Sorry, I just punched my microphone. Elon, I need it. I need cute animals with strange auras. Come on, Elon. This is not going to be a good photo based on what's happening. He's also coming out with an annual plan for Twitter Blue. Again, like, he's like, all he's doing is working on Twitter Blue. And his thing is like, oh, we need to pay the bills somehow. And I just, maybe I'm not educated on it, but like, I just feel like Twitter, you know, was doing pretty fine before. It wasn't perfect. It had its problems. But I feel like it was doing pretty fine before. I don't think they had this threat of like the bills needing to be paid, or that you know, they wouldn't be able to this looks like that Marge Simpson meme. you know, that it was going to shut off forever or something like that. Try to find cool poses. Sorry for my sniffles suddenly. I don't know why that happened. Eh. Gotta let it come to you. Who else? Kind of like the fire in the background, you know? Is it a cool shot? Maybe. Although I like seeing the legs. I think the legs are really cool. But let's not cut off too much of them. Well, actually, right before Elon Musk bought Twitter, was actually finally starting to turn a profit, and then he bought it, and it tanks. Yeah, again, I've heard stuff like that. I just don't know how, you know, true it is. But I suppose I wouldn't be surprised. I'm excited to post these and be like, final images of Stadia Marvel's Avengers. I probably have the last photo mode shots. Oh, that's kind of fun. I have the last photo mode shots on the Stadia version of Avengers. That encourages me to take even more photo mode. Photo mode. That should be the last thing we do. It's weird. The vibrations aren't as strong on the PS4 controller versus the PS5 controller. It's just a little rumbly, and it feels weird. Oh, you know what's funny? I was out to lunch the other day, or breakfast with my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, and I asked my brother-in-law, I was like, why do you use a PlayStation 4 controller on your PC? Like, did you choose that? He's like, oh, I don't know. I just had it around. And it's hilarious because now I'm using a freaking, like, PS4 controller. And it was just because it was around. It was the same reason. I could very easily see me using a PS4 controller more often just because it's in the same room with me, you know? I did go for PS5 first, but it is not compatible for whatever reason. Which is weird. They should have made it compatible, considering, like, the Stadia wasn't offline when the PS5 came out, right? This is a good example of a recolor where it would have been fun to have a recolor. Oh. There we go. We just unlocked that. Yo, Hulkbuster really does lay the smack down on. Gotta re-examine our gear in a second. So interesting playing this game from the beginning, with all the changes. Again, I would really love a new game feature. I know it's not the top of everyone's priority. I get it. Hey. Oh, I should have... I should have tried to angle myself better. Maybe I still can. No, I definitely can't. Do I want to restart the mission just to get that explosion? No, I guess not. But it would look cool. Oh, you know what I want? I want this. Oh, yeah. let's go. I'm sure I'm not the first one to take this photo, but I like it. I'll just take it head on, right? What do we think? We like this shot? I heard a thing about Twitter finally starting to turn a profit. Sorry, I read that already. I think Wolverine would be like to Black Panther in this game. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're... Are you trying to say that Wolverine would play like Black Panther, maybe? Sorry, I don't know exactly. This is where I wish... this game had a better, like, camera system. Like, using the triggers to lift the camera up and down. Big, big, big feature in other photo mode games. I keep on going to press the share button. Because I have a, you know, PlayStation controller in my hand. Or a screen cap. Yes, you think Wolverine would play like Black Panther in this game? I think that makes sense. I think that's a good observation to have. Oh, this is where I wish the camera would go higher, please. Oh, but that looks so cool. Oh, but that looks so cool, though. How could you be that cool looking? Sorry for the photo mode shots, everybody. I'm loving it. I'm a photo mode boy. What can I say? Starting to have second thoughts about this shot, but we're going with it. Let's turn down the brightness a little bit. Oh. I did it. I pressed the share button by accident. So awesome. I love those particle effects in photos like that. And a unique pose. Like, come on. There's an explosion. Should we take it from behind? That actually would look cool. Eh, let's do both. Let us do both. I'm so curious to see what happens for Stadia. Watch. It's going to turn midnight on the West Coast. I think that's PT. No. Whatever. It's going to turn to midnight. And then Stadia's not going to turn off. And it's going to be like, wait, we tried, we swear. And then Stadia just stays alive forever. Experts are stunned as Stadia refuses to turn off. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Microsoft. Ooh, did you see that? Is the roll... Eh, whatever. Let's get over this shot. No. I refuse, actually. I have to at least get, like, something while we're here. Okay. There we go. Picture take. I hit like 0 on the key pad. Alright. Love that parry so much. Good to have options, right? For photos. Come on, hit me. Yeah, you idiot. You fool. I won't call Elon an idiot, but I'll call the aim bots an idiot. Nah, too fast. I hate that I missed that explosion. I wish I could buy a Stadia box version of Avengers, like an Avengers box that had Stadia on the cover. I feel like that would be fun. I just want a box copy of everything. I have a lot of copies of Avengers. I have it on PS5, PS4, Xbox One. I have it in Japanese on PS4. I do not have a PC copy of the game. I think those are all the copies that I have, but I think those are also all the copies, if I remember correctly. What if it doesn't turn off and then it means you stay up late for nothing? That's kind of what I'm anticipating, and I would be very disappointed. I want something cool to happen. I want like a custom screen that says like, hey, I'm sorry you gotta go, but thank you for checking out Stadia. We appreciate you playing the game. Like, that would be awesome. I want that. Hey, chill. Chill. But I am concerned that I'm going to be staying up for nothing, right? No, it's got to shut off. They pay money to keep it on. It's got to shut off. I've already stayed up later than I initially planned to, so it would definitely be wild. Imagine it's like, oh, Stadia has to stay on for an additional 2 weeks, and I'm like, okay, let's just keep streaming. Let's keep going. Never-ending stream. I think I am going to take another break, because I got to use the bathroom wicked badly. Yeah, at this level, you're just placing the highest gear. We don't have a ton of cool perks to work with. But we're getting the job done. I also don't think we're going to start the story. I think we're going to stick with what we're doing right now. Right? Because we're so close. There we go. We are power level 30. Good job, Tony.
This is it. We'll follow your lead.
Ooh, I still spin.
Avengers, we figured you'd be doing Hill's dirty work. Taskmaster's mercenaries.
What are they doing here?
Protecting the base, it seems.
Get rid of them.
Sometimes I forget that you can place it for other players, but I thought you could send it out as well. You know what I mean? Like, it could just, like, operate without you. So sometimes I'll put it on the field and be like, oh, darn it. I'm just wasting it right now. Yo, my rockets are wild. One more. I thought I would get them. That green piece of gear better come to me. I see it. That green piece of gear better come to me. Or else I will be upset. All right, I think I'm going to take a break after this once we head back. You know, I got to say, very few bugs, right? Like, only the one bug, and even then it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, it just was, like, kind of, like, whatever for, like, a couple seconds. It fixed itself. I thought I would be more confident calling it a bug if I had to reload the checkpoint, but I didn't even have to do that, you know? So that's pretty cool. Ooh, let's open some shipments. Get this Kamala skin. Give us another Tony skin. That's what I want. I want another Tony skin. Come on. We could get the MCU. Oh, that should be our goal instead. Let's get the MCU Iron Man 3 skin, because that's what the specialty item is. Let's try our freaking best. No, darn it. How many do we have left? All right, we've redeemed 44 out of 100. We could totally do that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. This has been fun, though. This has been really cool, like, experiencing the game again from this perspective. All right, everybody. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Get ready. And then when I return, we're going to be in the final stretch. We only have 45 minutes left. Right? No, maybe 35 minutes? I don't know. So I'll be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I am your host, CarrotBoy3000. Before we get to the end of the stream, I thought I would do my plugs now, really quickly. Hope you don't mind, since probably when Stadia ends, we'll be like, okay, time to go. Want to go watch a movie? Bye, Carrot. Thanks for being there. Wait, what are you gonna watch? And watch No Way Home. I'll watch it someday. I'll watch it eventually. But what are you going to watch is what I want to know. Really quickly, I wanted to remind y'all that I am very proud to be a Lightstream partner. What's that? I hear a sound. Why, that's my good friend Barnaby the Lightstream Skull. Who's Barnaby the Lightstream Skull? Well, he is a good friend of mine. He loved Lightstream. It was a great service that he used and that he got a lot of use from for his streams. And unfortunately, when he died, we thought that was it for him. But he loved Lightstream so much that he crawled out of his grave, and he now talks about why he loves Lightstream to this day. Now, to be fair, he's a little silent on Twitch. Somebody had mentioned to me that he doesn't talk much, but sometimes he does talk. I swear I hear him all the time. Lightstream is a great service, especially for people just getting into streaming. I highly recommend it. As long as you have a browser and a console that is capable of streaming, you can really enhance the look of your stream by connecting your webcam and your microphone and adding overlays, adding screens. It's a really great tool. Again, if you don't have like powerful equipment like a you know, an expensive computer, or if you don't have a big budget, Lightstream is really cost effective. So I highly recommend you check out Lightstream, and make sure to use my code CarrotScraps23 to get 35% off your first purchase. I think that's such a good deal. Plus it helps me out a lot as a creator. And Barnaby would love it if you did that. He's telling me what? Stop. Well, I'm just saying it doesn't have to be like adversarial. Well, it didn't sound like a joke. Okay, well, he said you should check out Lightstream. That's what he said. So check it out if you're interested, and use my code because again, it helps me out a lot. Last plug is oh wait, I should just you can chill here, buddy. We should put the fish hat on him. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Okay, you just chill there. I know I've told this story before, but when I got my seriously, I love Lightstream. My computer stopped working a while ago, and it made it very it was really frustrating because I, got this computer because it was supposed to help me with my content creation, and then it stopped working for no reason, and I couldn't stream for a while. And when I discovered Lightstream, it was a really helpful tool. So I really do love Lightstream. And when I became a partner, they told me like, oh, you could do like this. These are the conditions of, becoming a partner, and when and what you can say. And I'm like, well, what can I do for my ads? And they're like, oh, well, whatever you want. And I'm like, are you sure? Whatever you want? And they're like, yeah, it's totally fine. And I'm just very happy that I get to have a skull that I made with magic. I don't know. That I get to feature a skull with a logo on his forehead, and that like my Lightstream representative was cool with that. I love that so much. It makes me so happy. Last thing I wanted to mention is I am very proud to be a Fangoria brand ambassador. If you don't know what Fangoria is a trusted name in horror since 1979. It is a horror magazine that keeps you up to date on news, but it also educates you on horror history. I'm a huge horror fan, either when it comes to movies or when it comes to video games, and Fangoria is just a really cool way to explore the world of horror, especially when it comes to film. So if you're interested in Fangoria magazine, whether you're a longtime fan of it or whether you're just curious, make sure to check it out and use my code CarrotScraps to get 20% off your purchase. Remember, they have memorabilia, they have merchandise, they don't just have their magazine, although their magazine is my favorite thing that they make. And I just think that's a great deal, again, with that code, but it's also a great way to support the channel. So check out Fangoria magazine today, horror fans. And those are my plugs. Those are the plugs for now. Sorry about that. Thank you for being patient. Let's play some Avengers. We only got a little bit of time left. Should we play a Captain America mission? Let's do a quick Captain America thing. Should we? I don't know. I don't know if I want to, because I want to focus on getting units, and I feel like if we have a higher level character, we'll be able to do that. You know? Why do I still have the same strike team? Diversify. Let's... Also, since it's about to go away anyway, we should use all of our consumables. Oh, these give us more... Oh, more fragments. Oh, it doesn't let you do more than one. That's right, I forgot. All right. It's so funny that when we were matchmaking earlier, we didn't matchmake with anybody, which to me... Oh, here we go. Wasteland Vault. That's what we need. When we were matchmaking earlier... Oh, I mean, we have an opportunity to do it. Let's just see. Let's see if anybody's around. I highly doubt it. But let's just check it out. Let's give it the old look-see. This has been a great stream. This has been one of my favorites. I liked this. This is a fun one. We get to talk about a lot of stuff. Got to talk about Arkham Knight. How cool is that? I've been playing The Outer Worlds recently, and I'm probably going to make a video on the main channel about this. So I'm sorry if I repeat myself here. But I just needed something new to play. And I got The Outer Worlds like way back in, I think it came out in 2019, like October 2019, and I got it in December of 2019. And I just haven't played it since. And, you know, I went to the doctor this week, and after I needed something new. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was just very like bleh, and I didn't know what to do with myself. So I was like, hey, why don't I try something completely new? Which also gave me the idea, this I probably won't talk about in my video. You know, I have a lot of games that I've never played. I have a lot of games that I've bought new and used that I've literally never, ever touched. Last year, I played Resident Evil 5 for the first time. I played it a little bit back when I first bought it, but really, last year was the first time I ever played Resident Evil 5. Pretty wild, you know what I mean? And then in 2020, man, I played Resident Evil 4 for the first time in 2020, and I think I bought that like 2010, 2011. That's like a 10-year purchase that like I you know, something's got to stop. I got a big library of games. I collect games. I don't necessarily need to play a game to like justify the purchase. I like to collect stuff. You know, owning it physically is part of what makes it fun and interesting to me. But so, you know, playing Outer Worlds, which has been great. I've really loved it as a Fallout fan, as somebody who loves those kind of branching stories. I feel like it's great. I've really, really fallen in love with it so far, and I hope I continue to like it. But, I kind of said to myself, I was like, you know, I should make a list of games that I have but haven't played yet. Not games that I haven't played that I don't own. I have to own them, but haven't played them yet. I should make a list of 12 games every month. Not every month, but like for every month of the year. And then each month, if I'm having trouble like figuring out what to do, or I'm not sure like, you know, what I want to work on next, just look at my list of games. And I'll always have like a direction to go in, you know what I mean? And I feel like that kind of strategy helps me a lot in a lot of stuff, where it's just like making this list of to take the choosing away from me. Sometimes it can be hard to choose, and to just have this like predetermined thing Could be a little bit fun. In October, me and my wife, you know, we watch horror movies exclusively, or at least scary, like Halloween themed movies. Not what I meant to do, but whatever. And this year, because like we kind of typically will have problems like being like, oh, what do we watch? And we go back and forth, like, oh, how about this and how about that? This year we made a list, 31 movies, not 31 movies, 62 movies. So for every day of October, I made a list of 31 movies twice. 31 new movies we'd never seen before, new horror movies we'd never seen before, and 31 movies that we have seen before that we love, horror movies. And whenever we, you know, had a day like to watch a horror movie, we'd be like, okay, let's check our list. And the good thing about the list too is like, if we liked the movie for that day, you know, we just watch it. But if we didn't like the movie, let's say like, you know, I don't know, The Exorcist is on there, or Beetlejuice, and we're like, I'm not really feeling that today, we could just pick from, you know, this long list of movies. So it doubles as just a list of random movies anyway. So I thought that was really cool. Yo, I have no DNA keys. That's weird. If you don't know, you know, in the main game, I have like I've never run out of DNA keys because you get so many of them by playing. So it's very odd. Kind of like credits, honestly. Very odd to not have the proper amount. Which, speaking of, how many of these do I have? We have one. We're not going to get to that Iron Man 3 skin. But that's okay. It was about the friends we made along the way. We have 15 minutes until Stadia shuts off forever. Just 15 minutes. How exciting. So yeah, we did. I mean, I did something similar for the year with new games that I own but haven't played yet. So Outer Worlds is my January game. I don't know what the list is exactly, but We Happy Few. I've never played that game. I own it. I was so excited to play it, and I just never ever played it. What's it called? I've played a little bit of Mighty Number 9, but only a little bit. It was a game I was very excited about, and then I kind of heard the reviews and just never touched, unfortunately. I played a little bit of it and didn't really enjoy it, but I don't think I played enough of it to get like a full impression. So that's another game that I really, really want to take a deep dive into over the year. Amnesia is a game that I have also played, and I've definitely played more than Mighty Number 9. But it's been so long, and I didn't finish it. I didn't play most of it, and I just didn't like it. But it's such a game that's like a staple of like horror games that like I really want to give it a second chance. So, for intents and purposes, we're saying it's a new game. You know what I mean? It's a game I've never played before. What else? Oh, we could definitely open a shipment now. I want to check my list, because now I'm just curious. Is this a good photo mode shot? Probably not. Where are you, list? Oh, I forget what I think the game is called Maneater, right? It's a shark game? Yeah, it's called Maneater. I don't know why that doesn't sound right in my head. But Maneater is another game I really want to play. Wonderful 101 is a game I've never played, but I've owned, like, basically forever. Devil May Cry 5. And then the PlayStation 1 demo disc collection, which is like an indie project, indie horror project, which has been pretty cool that I've looked into and I downloaded and it seems awesome, but I just haven't played myself yet. So not a full list of 12, but I'm working on it. What was the literal first game I just said? I can't even remember what it was. Oh, Maneater. So I love Jaws. I'm a big Jaws fan, and I just like sharks in general, honestly. I love the ocean. I love water. But sharks, I love. And when I saw they made Maneater, I was super excited about it. I picked it up, if not at release, close to release, you know, one of those. And I've never played it. Why? I have no idea. Just get caught up with a bunch of other stuff. And so, oh, you know what? Astral Chain. That's another game I've never freaking played that I own. Definitely want to play that. And then, what was it? Daemon Ex Machina? It's another Switch game that came out like around that time. Never played that. I gotta add those to the list. But I own it, and I've never played it. Is there anything else that I can see? Lego Island or Lego City Undercover is a game that I liked, and I want to replay soon. I also have a replay list. This year I want to do my yearly replay of BioShock, the trilogy, plus the DLC. Donkey Kong Country. I want to do that playthrough. That I haven't done yearly, but I would like to do yearly. I would like to replay the Amazing Spider-Man games. I like those two games. So I got a good number of things. I gotta think of what other games I've never played, but I own. Of course, I could just find a random game in like a bucket. You know what I mean? The amount of Game Boy Advance games that I have that I've never really like taken a deep dive into. So what do you think is gonna happen? Like, is it gonna be like an abrupt shut off? Is it just gonna like shut off? Like it's just gonna crash? That's one option. Is it going to like stutter for a second and then be like feature a message that says, I'm sorry, like service is disconnected? I kind of hope that there's gonna be credits. You know what I mean? It's gonna be like, it's gonna fade out, and then it's gonna be like Google Stadia, and then give us like credits. I feel like that would be fun. I wonder how many people are using Stadia tonight. You know what I mean? Is there a way to check how many people are playing Stadia? That'd be kind of interesting. But it's been good. It's been fun. It's been a riot enjoying the Stadia. I mean, hey, you know, talking about games I've never played before, right? Like, obviously I've played Avengers a lot. But I bought Avengers on Stadia, and I've never played it until tonight. And I gotta say, for the amount I paid, I got my money's worth. Honestly, I feel like I should have played this sooner. I feel like I should have played on Stadia sooner, especially on stream. This has been a great experience. And my capture has been, like, messing up my streams recently. Honestly, playing Christmas music again. I gotta shut off the music. Honestly, this has been an overall positive experience, in my opinion. So I'm disappointed I didn't use it more. And who knows? That maybe that's just because of my stigma, right? My foolish stigma of the Stadia. I'm like, yeah, I haven't heard good things. Although I don't think I was influenced by that much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought the game, right? There's one other game on Stadia that I own, apparently. It's called Worms. I think it was given to my account for free. And it's not the worms like the War Worms. It's not that. It's like it's an original game for Stadia. It honestly reminds me of Snake. We're missing one. Oh, there we go. No! Open. I'm full of sniffles. I don't know what triggered the sniffle monster. Why I became a sniffle scraps. But it is the case. It is true. It did happen. So I'm hoping for credits at the end of Stadia, but I have a feeling it's gonna be just a cutout. Like it's just gonna like slow down for a second and then shut off completely. Any message would be cool if it was like, sorry, like service is off. Like that would be nice. No, 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 no. Dude, I'm in the middle of something. Glad that I got to play as Iron Man for a while. I did want to play as Black Panther, and I think that was it. I wanted to play as T'Challa. Oh, and Cap. We talked about Cap for a little bit, but that's okay. Now I can never say I've never played Black Panther on the Stadia. Also, like, what's it like working for Stadia? Like, is there somebody in the Stadia offices right now, like, just at their computer, sipping, like, a White Castle soda? And, like, at 11:59, they're just gonna walk over to the plug and unplug it? Unplug the Stadia machine? All right, let's take one more photo of our dude Iron Man. It is 2:54, which means that it is 11:54 in Stadia Land. No, 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 no. I don't want to delete that. So we are dangerously close to the hour. It went pretty quickly, honestly. I was like, oh no, how am I ever gonna stay up late? It went pretty quick. Appreciate those of you who stayed up with me. I appreciate all Gravity for all the love, the subscriptions and the gift subs and the bits. Thank you again, even if you're not here. Big thank you. All right, wish us luck for these last shipments. Nothing good. What could be a cool shot? Maybe this is this a cool shot? Watch, I'm gonna get caught up in taking a photo. And then we get cut off. I think I want to go out playing. I want to go out fighting some AIM guys. What a unique experience. Where were you when Stadia died? That was probably the last. Right? Like that, I feel like I'm safe to say that that was the last like photo mode shot taken in Marvel's Avengers on Stadia. Whatever that's worth, right? Whatever achievement that is. All right, we got to find bad guys and find them fast. These poor Avengers, their whole universe is about to end. Their whole world is about to come apart. The world is ending. It's all almost done. It's almost over. And you're fighting me here in the future. That's what it is. It's the future imperfect universe being destroyed. And destroying all of time. Okay. Ooh. Hello, Hulk. Where else? Is there a cave here? No. Oh, we're close to the basement. No. No, it's 57. We need to fight enemies and find them quick. I'm lost. Thoroughly lost. Oh, they keep showing up here. Well, that's good. We need bigger enemies than you guys. We need a cool ending, not a whimper. Thought I came over here already. Ah, here we go. Found the entrance. Give me this. Get that. I don't think I've ever been more excited for anything in my life. Let me tell you what. Okay. We should go. Oh, I'm stuck on top of that. It's always so funny to me when you get, like... when you land on top of something that's that small. And the game just, like, kind of clips you into place. Here we are. Probably should have gotten closer to the ground on that one. I love the lasers. The rockets are definitely my favorite. But lasers have such a fun flourish to them. Bro, put down that shield, man. You don't want to do this. Iron Man is so much fun to play as. My list always changes of which characters I like, you know? My favorites are still Black Widow is #1. Captain America is #2. It used to be Kate Bishop as #3. I think Spider-Man is my #3 now. I really like the way he plays. But, the rest of my list kind of moves around. All right, everybody, we're at 2:59. 11:59, as it were. We are moments away from the end. If it's to be believed, it is officially 3 o'clock. It is officially the time. So we still have Avengers. So here's what we'll do. We'll finish this mission. It might be like I have to log off, right? So we'll finish this mission. And then try to restart the game. And I assume it will not let us restart the game. I should have guessed that. I didn't have that as a guess on my bingo card. I'm a little surprised that it's still on. I wonder if Stadia has a tweet about it. Get here. I'm disappointed I didn't get kicked. I'm bummed out. That was going to be fun. That was the whole... Hey, what's going on, Lex? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? We are playing Avengers on Stadia before Stadia gets turned off forever. And just to confirm, let me look up that this is the case. 3 a.m. where I live. Man, my phone is about to die. Yeah, 3 a.m. is 12 a.m. PST. And Stadia said, as of 11:59 p.m. PT, we're signing off from the cloud. Y'all be good to each other and stay safe out there. So, I don't know. I'm alright. Just grinded a bunch. OMG, when does that happen? It's supposed to happen literally right now. If that tweet is to be believed. That's crazy? Yeah, seriously. How you doing? What were you playing? Were you playing Avengers or what were you grinding? I'm mad tired. So what I'm gonna do, we just went over this. I'm gonna finish this mission and then I'm gonna try restarting the game. And if it doesn't restart, then we'll know. We'll know for sure that we were here for the end. And no one can tell us otherwise. Here it is. I'm mad tired, though. I'm mad excited to go to bed. And when I say go to bed, I mean, like, I don't know, open a soda, watch a YouTube video, and then go to bed. I have a whole, like, nighttime ritual, unfortunately, that I have to do. You know what? Why am I even... Oh, yeah, man. You were on Avengers, just showcasing those new fire skins. How are you liking them? Oh, I love the new skins. I think the new skins look dope. Again, I love all the comic book references that they've been doing recently. You know, people ask for comic book skins, and it took them a little bit, but they've been delivering them. And I love the places they pull from. You know, the 90s, Secret Wars 2015. I love that. Those are, you know, 90s comics and Secret Wars, some of my favorite eras in comic books, you know what I mean? So they couldn't pull from more, like, cool stuff for me. OMG, yeah, I've been going crazy with the skins, for sure. The skins have been dope. Skins have been absolutely fire. That Hawkeye skin is pretty incredible. And again, like, it's so cool. That Kate Bishop skin, like, I remember where I was when I was reading that story for the first time. So it's just cool to get, like, comics like that hit on a personal level, you know? Or not comics, but skins like that, you know, are inspired by the comics, so it hits on a personal level. All right, what do we got? We're 2-4. Hey, Black Nick, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well tonight. I gotta change my my notification because for some reason it's on the basic one, so I apologize for that. Yes, Lady Catherine has to be my favorite Kate skin. OMG, yeah, I mean she looks cool in general, but she's also gorgeous. Like, it's such a great skin. Is this 4? You 4 over here? No, that's 5. It's a dope skin for sure. And then we got the Gladiator cap a couple months ago, which I loved, but that was also from Secret Wars, you know? And then we got, yo, what's up, Carrot Scraps? How's the game? I saw you streaming Marvel's Avengers, then your stream ended to Lex. Avengers is awesome. I love the game. Are you a big fan of this game, Nick? Or have you played it before? Are you curious about it? What's up, Jesse51? Thanks for stopping by. I love this game. I play this game all the time. That's typically what we play here is superhero games, but a lot of Avengers. Today is a special stream, though, because we are playing it on Stadia. And this is the end of Stadia. Stadia is supposed to be... Technically, Stadia should be off right now. Because the game is supposed to be... I mean, the platform is supposed to be off as of 12 a.m. PST. So I'm curious... You know, I thought I was going to get booted. I thought I was going to get kicked. Because we're playing Avengers on Stadia right now. I've never played Avengers on Stadia. I've played a little bit, but I've never played, like, really on Stadia. I typically play on PlayStation. So I was curious to see what it's like, and it's been fun experiencing the game from the beginning. You really enjoyed the game. You wish you could play... You could put a team of all fans together and try to convince them to carry on bringing content. Because Foundation, everything is here. Like, why stop? 100%. I still don't believe that it's, you know, stopping anytime soon. You know, obviously I could see why people think that. Totally get it. I definitely want, you know, the team to communicate when more content is coming more frequently, right? It's a live service game, so I wish there was more frequent content, but the game itself I still love, you know? Even if I want more content, it doesn't change the fact that the base game I dig a lot. It is a fun, cool game that I've put a ton of time into because I enjoy it so much. Did I really just miss this one? Is Ultron still a thing? We haven't gotten an Ultron update in a while. Since the end of Future Wasteland. Or Future Imperfect, rather. Oh, give me this. My favorite character in the game? My favorite character is Black Widow. I have a lot of fun playing with her. Get away from here, homie. What are you doing? Don't hack my computers. Favorite character is Black Widow. I absolutely love Black Widow. Since the beta, I've loved Black Widow. I think she's just one of the best characters in the game. Close runner-up is Captain America. I really love the way he plays. And then it used to be Kate Bishop was my number 3, but recently that has changed, and now Spider-Man is my number 3. So that's my top 3. How about you? What are your who's your favorite character, and what does the tier list go like? Is Black Widow at full power OP? I don't know. I feel like in games like this, if you make anybody full power, you can kind of make them OP. But I think the most OP characters are not Black Widow. It's either Thor. I've also seen some crazy stuff done with Winter Soldier recently. All right, last one. As a reminder, we're gonna head out after this game. We're going to finish this game, and then close the game on Stadia to see if we can restart it. And whatever the result, you know, we're still gonna end the stream. But I'm hoping, I don't know. I'm just curious to see what'll happen, because again, Stadia is supposed to go offline at 12 a.m. PST, which is right now. I'm EST, so it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me, which I am very tired. Your first was Black Panther, then it became Hawkeye, and then Winter Soldier, and then back to Hawkeye. Hawkeye is mad fun. Black Panther's a lot of fun as well. I think my current tier list, and keep in mind, I like every character. There's no character that I think is bad. There are just some characters that I like more than others. I think my tier list is, like I mentioned, Black Widow, Cap, Spider-Man, then maybe Clint, then Kate, then Thor, then Jane Foster, then Thor, Odin's son, then Black Panther, Iron Man, and Hulk would be my last. Am I missing anybody? Oh, Winter Soldier. I don't know where. I like Winter Soldier a lot. I'd probably put him. I have no idea. I'd probably put him closer to the top, like close around where Kate and Clint are. He's a lot of fun. I really enjoy playing as him. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Wow, I didn't know it would end that soon. I mean, I don't think they thought it was gonna end that soon either. I picked up Avengers on Stadia a long time ago. When it was on sale, and I never really played it, and then I was like, you know, this is my only opportunity, so I better get it in now, you know. But they announced like sometime last year that it was going to end this year. I've never given sorry, I've never given Hulk a chance, unfortunately. I think he is still like level 50. I like Hulk a lot, but he is definitely at the bottom of my tier list. He's just not my style of gameplay. But sometimes I get really into him, you know? Again, that's one of the best things about this game is the character selection. Depending on your console, you have 11 or 12 characters. And the fact that I, you know, can you know, if I get bored of playing as Iron Man, right? Instead of putting down the game, I can play as a different character, and it'll extend that longevity. That's always been something I love about this game, you know? Is that the gameplay can change at any moment because you can switch your character. Same, not really into the bulky characters. So I'm really curious. You know, I mentioned the Halo 2 thing earlier where, like, some dude just stayed up, you know, playing Halo 2 online to make sure that didn't shut off. If I stay online, will it just stay online forever, do you think? Or do you think, like, eventually they'll kick me? I don't know. Let's do our shipments. See if we can get anything cool in the shipments before we go. That would be wild. I was telling this story from earlier. Again, this is just from what I heard. I don't know how true this is, but Halo 2 Online, when it went offline eventually after like years of service, there was some person who was by themselves keeping their Xbox on at all hours of the day, so that way they couldn't turn off the, you know, the online, and then eventually they just like kicked him. But it took a while because he was on so the legend goes. You know what I mean? All right. Let's go to the main menu. So this is it. I'm going to exit, and I have a feeling I won't be able to start the game again. So say goodbye to the Stadia Avengers. Let's I'll take a screenshot before I go. And let's quit. I'm nervous. If I wasn't so tired, I'm going to say excellent. Let's give it that review. It's been asking me for a review this whole time. Help us improve your experience. How was your game session? Excellent. I agree. All right, so here. Stadia will shut down January 18th, 2023. For more information, go here. Now let's see if we can play. It's starting up. It's starting up. This is just like when Twitter died. Stadia didn't die. What the heck, Stadia? This is false advertisement. This was a trick to get me to start playing Stadia. They literally lied. It straight up said it's not even the 18th no more. It's the 19th now. Everywhere, all over the world. I stayed up for no reason. I was so excited to get like a thing that said like you can't play anymore. Like Stadia is offline. I was so excited. But that's going to be it. Someone fell asleep at the kill switch. Literally. Literally. Well, at least we get to see our Avengers. Hi, everybody. All right, well, that's going to do it for the stream. I'm calling it there. I'm too tired. I'm done. That's that is the Stadia death. Is that it didn't actually die. It's a zombie now. It's a ghost. Yo. But I had a lot of fun. This was a really fun stream. And not for nothing, I had fun streaming on Stadia. Like, it was a pretty seamless, like, between what I was doing. I wish I still had it as an opportunity. Anyway, everybody, that's going to do it for the stream. I want to thank y'all so much for watching. I want to thank everybody for the love. I want to thank Lex for the raid. I want to thank Synchro for the raid. I want to thank All Gravity for the gifted subs and the subs. I want to thank everybody who watched, everybody who was lurking, everybody who was in chat. I really appreciate y'all. I had a really great time. Yo, what's up, Darkness? Good to see you. It's literally history. Yeah, this is history. I wanted it to be more substantial history. You know what I mean? I wanted it to be... we were talking about it before. I wanted it to be like credits. I wanted it to be like the Stadia and then just roll credits. But I would have accepted like Stadia is offline. Like, apologies. Thank you for your interest in Stadia. That's what I assumed would have happened. But instead it just didn't die. Should we try it one more time just in case? Or should we look at the link? On September 29th, 2022, Google announced that Stadia servers will be turned off on January 18th, 2023. That was yesterday now. The following article includes answers to common questions. Stadia refunds. Starting November 9th, 2022, Stadia will attempt to automatically process refunds for all purchases of games, add-on content, and subscription fees other than Stadia Pro made through the Stadia store. That's pretty wild. I'm pretty sure I got refunded as well. We ask for your patience as we work through that. Okay. I just want to know when it shut off. How long will I be able to play my Stadia games? We will be leaving the Stadia platform and game servers on until January 18th, 2023, so you can continue to play games in your library. So that's definitively the time. Stay well, Carrot Scraps. Was nice bumping into stream. Can't wait for the next stream. We'll be there. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Good having you here. And I appreciate all the chatting, all the talking. So one more time. Let's just try playing this. Yep, it still launches. It launches just fine. But I like to think I was there for history, right? We were playing Stadia up until when we were told we were gonna stop playing Stadia. So to me, it counts. And from now on, in the future, we are celebrating January 18th, the death of Stadia. One of the most important Carrot Scraps holidays. I can't remember when the death of Twitter was, you know, the death of Twitter, but we're celebrating that as well. All right, y'all. I want to thank y'all so much for watching. I had a lot of fun with y'all. Again, as a reminder, check out Lightstream if you're interested, if you're getting into streaming, and use code CarrotScraps23 to get 35% off your purchase. And if you are a horror fan like me, check out Fangoria. Very proud to be a Fangoria brand ambassador. It's an awesome magazine, but they also have memorabilia and merchandise. And if you use code CarrotScraps, you get 20% off your purchase. Both those codes save you a good amount of money. I think they're great codes, but they also help me as a creator, so always appreciate that. If you enjoyed the stream and you're new to the channel, please consider following to stay notified of when I go live. We typically play superhero games like Marvel Snap, Marvel's Avengers, Gotham Knights. I almost said Codename Kid Next Door. I don't know why. Midnight Suns. But we also occasionally play horror games like Resident Evil. Yo, Spider Nova, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Welcome as a scrapling. So yeah, if that sounds interesting to you at all, make sure to follow the channel. Stay notified of when I go live. If you want to check out my more scripted content, I have a YouTube channel, Carrot Scraps, where I post a lot of reviews and, you know, more concise thoughts. Here we're more conversational. And then all my other social media, Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram are at Carrot Scraps as well. I've been working on a lot of content on TikTok recently. Been putting up a lot of Marvel Snap videos and a couple of Marvel's Avengers videos. So check that out if you're interested. And I think that's it. So I want to thank y'all again so much for watching. I had such a great stream with everybody. I want to thank you all again so much for watching. And I'll see you soon.